drawn. Everything's waiting, it's ours for the taking. United, we've already won. Hope for one and one for all. Stand up and heed the call. Never divided, the world is invited. You're welcome to join in the fun. And we're not gonna stop, no. Pick you up, let them know this is our home. No matter what, and we're not gonna stop, no. Pick you up, hit me like boom, 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 boom. Hit me like boom, boom, boom. Hey, right here, right now. Take your place, celebrate, go out. Hit me like boom, 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 boom.
Hello guys! Ako nga pala si Gladimer Polioso, kilala bilang Wiz Gaming and Wheels Wiz. I am from Team Govila Muse and my role is Rusher. I'm also an official Free Fire partner. Marunong po akong sumayaw. Sumasali po ako sa mga cheer dance, fiesta, naging flyer din po ako and majorette. Bukod po sa masayang laruin ng Free Fire, nakahanap din po ako ng mga totoong kaibigan na tinuring po akong pamilya. Hindi ko in-expect na sa isang gaming app na Free Fire ay may mga makikilala akong mga tao na maiintindihan ako, sinusuportahan ako, at pinaparamdam nila sa akin na mahalaga ako. Gusto ko po ipakita at patunayan sa kanila na ang kaya ng isang lalaki ay kaya din po ng isang babae. My goal is to empower women through esports and change your perception about female gamers. Naging team captain po ako sa binuo kong all-girls team which is Team Imbalance. Nag-top 10 po kami ng FFPO Grand Finals and lumalaban po kami local and international tournaments. Dati nanonood lang ako ng MCP and nangangarap na someday na sana makita ko din yung mukha ko sa mga pro scene. Ngayon, isa na ako sa mga pro player and sobrang saya ko kasi lahat ng effort ko nagbunga. Isang malaking karangalan sa akin ng maging isang pro player at the same time hindi ko napapabayaan mga responsibilidad ko in real life. Para sa mga girl gamer dyan na katulad ko, magtiwala kayo sa sarili nyong kakayahan. Anything boys can do, girls can surely do as well. Don't be afraid to broaden your horizons. Lumabas kayo sa comfort zone nyo kasi once na nagstay kayo, mas lalong hindi kayo matututo and mag-grow. Let's go, Team Govila Wheels! Let's do our best at FFCP. Fly high, butterfly. Tara! Free Fire!
now we finally get to see VPH, Velocity, Vindicators, Equinox, and it's going to be very hard because the circle is just so open. And at this point, VPH at a very great start, and finally Vindicators eliminated already. It's just a little bit more unpredictable actually with like where they drop all the time. So that's going to be kind of good. But here we go, Axis, Data gets some shots. Finally gets one, gets two, there you go. Tana was getting a lot of these shots, and finally the Marvel going down. Porter doing a lot of damage already, even though he only has 0 kills. One tapped his first one.
But unfortunately for him, time turner gameplay from the side. Oh my lord! 80 Crusaders mow them down with Meow pulling out the double vector diffusal. Zonic trying to survive. 7 more HP with the shotgun. Zonic finds Mima and he's still on his feet with the shotgun while be able to find Chai as well. This monster so low on HP. Start this fight.
Well, taking a look at that, there's still 11 teams left in the mix, but then there you go, Reagan! Oh no! Gets 2 of the members, but then you see your Mayday finally getting a punch with their own revenge fight. It is Muted. Finally, like a different team starting it off right. Just like that, Orbit Save was out already, and that is just so impressive to see from a team like Muted. You don't really give this team enough credit here, AJ.
No hope pops those nades right back through.
Look, Rory's getting a lot of kills. He's actually just getting eliminated. Oh no!
It's time to shine. Gotta give 'em what you got. Gotta show 'em all you want.
Hello, my name is Kyle Kamura, my in-game name is Tanamo, and I'm the team captain of Eva Radicals. I'm a dog lover because sometimes they are my stress reliever. I played my first game when I was 8 years old.
Like a boss.
I like playing Free Fire because it is very competitive, intense, and fun to play with friends. Free Fire is very interesting to play since most of the places in the maps are adopted from different countries and the skins and characters are incredible. My most memorable Booyah was during the Grand Finals of MCP Majors Season 2. I lost hope that our team could get the Booyah since 2 of my teammates got killed in the early engagements, but thanks to the grenade launcher from the airdrop, we managed to get the Booyah with 11 kills. Before, I was just playing Free Fire for fun. Not until I saw many players from around the world joining in different international tournaments. Ever since that day I started to be competitive, and that's why I'm here proving that Free Fire was something for me. By knowing myself on what or where I am capable of, I practice a lot in my weaknesses so that I can perform well in my games. I also listen and accept advices from other people to sharpen my decision making. Exciting because that's the time we build and strengthen our relationship in terms of exchanging our ideas on how we will execute our different skills in the battlegrounds. Rise and shine in FFCP. Tara Free Fire, be the difference.
Focus on the top, get better by every hour. All of this fighting and fighting is heavy. Cutting back the fear like we a gang of machetes. Chop, chop. We see the challenge, we smile. We got confidence for miles. We know we better than style. Let's break up the top. Call me a dreamer cause I'm a believer in doing the best. I never sleep cause I don't need the rest. Nah, I know it seems easy cause I got my team with me. We are together and we coming for that victory.
Survivors.
Yeah, we
fake it. When we make it out, we celebrate it. Whatever the situation, wherever we're coming, we'll stand the face of how we wanna run it. Break the limit to reality. One ain't real, creating a space where everyone's free to feel. We ain't afraid, we are the brave. We come to play, this is a place where all are heard. You know the squad, we ain't never gonna stop. It's a fire to inspire, we know this is so we Con permiso.
We are the dreamers, the daring believers. We march to a different drum. Everything's waiting, it's ours for the taking. United, we've already won. All for one and one for all. Stand up and heed the call. Never divided, the world is invited. You're welcome to join in the fun. And we're not gonna stop, no. Pick you up, let them know this is on. I'ma win no matter what. And we're not gonna stop, no. Pick you up.
Hit me like right here, right now. Take you, celebrate, go out. Hit me like
Hello guys! Ako nga pala si Gladimer Polioso, kilala bilang Wiz Gaming and Will's Wiz. I am from Team Gawila Muse and my role is Rusher. I'm also an official Free Fire partner. Marunong po akong sumayaw. Sumasali po ako sa mga cheer dance, fiesta, naging flyer din po ako and majorette. Bukod po sa masayang laruin ng Free Fire, nakahanap din po ako ng mga totoong kaibigan na tinuring po akong pamilya. Hindi ko in-expect na sa isang gaming app na Free Fire ay may mga makikilala akong mga tao na maiintindihan ako, sinusuportahan ako, at pinaparamdam nila sa akin na mahalaga ako. Gusto ko po ipakita at patunayan sa kanila na ang kaya ng isang lalaki ay kaya din po ng isang babae. My goal is to empower women through esports and change your perception about female gamers. Naging team captain po ako sa binuo kong all-girls team which is Team Imbalance. Nag-top 10 po kami ng FFPO Grand Finals and lumalaban po kami local and international tournaments. Dati nanonood lang ako ng MCP and nangangarap na someday na sana makita ko din yung mukha ko sa mga pro scene. Ngayon, isa na ako sa mga pro player and sobrang saya ko kasi lahat ng effort ko nagbunga. Isang malaking karangalan sa akin ng maging isang pro player at the same time.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the grand finals of the Free Fire Challenger Series Philippines Season 1. 12 teams remain. One will rise up as the kings of Philippines at the end of 6 grueling rounds. I am the Mustachio AJ, and with me at the casting desk today, the one and only Beef Mommy to bring you guys all of this action.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe we're actually into this point already. I feel
I
like
know, right?
those 8 days just went in so fast already. So, you know what? We're already here. I feel like it doesn't really matter what happened in those days. And now we finally have our top 12
Yep.
teams that will definitely battle it out. Obviously, there will be some sort of reset. So, everyone's in an even playing field right now, AJ.
Absolutely. We've got brand new kings over in Malaysia for the Malaysian challenges. It was such an epic ending for those 6 rounds because the kings of all couldn't really cut it that much, but they will still be meeting the rest of the teams at the MCP Majors Season 3. That's the one and only Blacklist International. Will the big teams fall today as well as all of this action kicks off, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? It is brought to you by none other than Infinix Mobile, the official sponsor of the Free Fire Challenges Philippines. You get to fire up your game with Infinix's best-selling gaming smartphone, the Infinix Note 11S.
You definitely want to get your hands on this because the Infinix Note 11S is a powerful smartphone powered by the Helio G96 Ultra gaming processor. So fire up your game and get this now for only 9,990 pesos. You get to have this powerful phone for that amount of money. I feel like it's so unfair to have something this good, this cheap.
And the only thing that makes it unfair is if you cannot purchase it, if you're not in the Philippines. Yeah, you and I both beef. Yeah, it's
I know.
definitely unfair to the both of us. But for all of you guys who are in the Philippines, 9,990 pesos is the only entryway into pro gaming, be it as a streamer or as a pro player out here on the battlefield. You need that good hardware, right? But of course, you need the good strategies as well, which is something that you can pick up from these teams that jump in through all 3 of the maps that we have in Free Fire. We will be cycling through Bermuda, Kalahari, as well as Purgatory today, and then we rinse and repeat it later on. We will be breaking all of this down in detail in a little bit. But can I ask you, Beef, which team are you most excited to watch today?
Oh my goodness, I don't even know because at the end of the day, I mean, as long as we really get to see all of these teams really just perform, it doesn't matter because I know everyone wants to get the codes, right? 3K viewers, milestone, we can reach it. I believe in Mustachio because, you know, the Fire fam, the Free Fire community is just so solid. You can see here,
Yeah.
4X Extreme Adventure Gun Crate. I mean, I don't play a ton of Free Fire just because of how bad I am as a player and I just feel bad all the time, but I want to get that.
Well, if you guys help us hit 5,000 viewers concurrently, we will be able to unlock the red baseball cap. And if you are able to hit that 10,000 viewers concurrently on all of these platforms here, we will be able to unlock the grenade Matryoshka skin. I am looking forward to it. I know you are looking forward to it as well, Beef. Even if we don't play all the time, yeah, when you drop in there for some battle, you need to go in style.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, honestly, this is really motivating me to play. I want to be like PXG Radicals, just throwing in the Matryoshka grenade, kind of like it's raining cats and dogs because, you know, these teams, they know how to play. And that kind of inspires me, not only as a caster, but also kind of like a casual player of Free Fire to just be as good as them, right?
Absolutely right. And that's exactly what, once again, we can see in here today. Who are these teams who are going to be bringing in some of these creative strategies that is just going to blow our minds? Who are these teams who are going to be, you know, sticking to the classic old strategies that we are all used to? Who's going to be campy? Who's going to be aggressive? Either way, 6 rounds will decide everything. It does not matter how good you were during the league stages, because in these 6 rounds, even Titans can fall, as what we saw over at the Free Fire Challenges Malaysia. But let's take a quick look at the prize pool for the grand finals, right? We had 1 million pesos on the line, and a bulk load of it will be given away today from just these 6 rounds.
I mean, I can't believe that the teams from the previous tournament in the league stages already had a prize pool themselves, and now they get to have this as well. That's like a lot of money already coming in together. 400,000 pesos for the first. And now you can see on the other side, 5,000 pesos. Now that's going to be really good money either way. So everyone just walks along with some side of some kind of prize. Not only are they going to be walking away with, you know, money in hand, that's experience as well for the later stages of the game.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. 400,000 pesos at the top if you pick up the number one spot, 150k for the second place, 75,000 pesos for the third spot. And those are the three places that a lot of these teams are aiming for, not just purely for the prize pool, but also to get their ticket to the MCP Majors Season 3. And yes, the top 6 teams from the previous MCP Majors Season 2 do get a direct invite, but it's not necessary that they will be the exact same teams, right? Because once again, even teams that did not perform super good or super well during the league stages do have a fair crack at this opportunity at getting that invite to the MCP Majors Season 3. All they need to do is just get up there into the top 3, and this is how they will be able to do that, by playing the point system well. If you grab the Booyah, you grab 12 points along with that. Second place gets 9 points, and then you minus off 1 point for each and every spot that you rank lower than that, all the way down to the 11th spot, because 11th and 12th place, you get absolutely nothing from the placement points, Beef.
You wouldn't want to be in that position where you don't have any points going in here. And yes, even though that all these teams don't have to get that booyah, all they need to do is place high enough and get enough kill points. It's that balance that you really want to have here.
Oh, yeah.
And you get to see a team like the Radical team that can actually go and have a balance. They don't really get a lot of booyahs, but you know what? I believe that Eva Radicals, with their kind of, I guess it's kind of their strategy, right? At the end, that's when they kind of blew up and just surprised everyone. So you don't have to get that booyah, yes, but obviously that 12 points, it's a matter of just 1 point. We've already seen it already. It's like AB Ligers and Vete Esports battling out for the 1 point, and it really just comes out with just one at the very end.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And it's just so difficult to guarantee yourself a good spot, and therefore you need to sandbag yourself as much as possible with those kills. But over-aggression can most definitely lead to a trip back to the lobby a little too soon. Here are the qualified teams for the grand finals. We had 18 teams as we stepped into the league stages. One team unfortunately got disqualified halfway through. We were left with 17, and we dropped 5 more after the 8th day of the league stage. Now we are left with AKO Ligers, Access, Bloody Head, Ego Oblivions, Equinox, Eva Radicals, Govilam Views, the Vindicators, Strot WYS, Vete Esports, VPH Velocity, as well as Who's Next. It's all decked out here in the Philippines, Beef.
Oh yeah, most definitely. And you know what? We can't help but to really look at what their performance was in the league stages and how well they've really climbed up. What we like to see in a team is how well they can perform all throughout and really just be better once the days really come through. So I think one of the teams that I'm really taking my eyes on right now is probably going to be VPH Velocity, of how well they've been balancing everything. And yes, they have been in the middle of the pack, but then they really showed up at the very end, ending up at 6. But how about for you, AJ? What team are you looking for?
I've got my eyes on so many of these teams for so many different reasons, right? I mean, number one, AKO Ligers, they hit hard only on the last day of the league stages to launch
And the
up
last
to the
map,
top.
the last map.
Yeah, and that could be a good, that could be a bad as well. It could be good because they carry that momentum through. It could be bad because if they take that long to activate, they might not be able to make it to the top 3, right? But that being said, they have been able to be consistent at the very least in terms of getting into the top 3 of one of the ranks is as the team that has dealt one of the most damage out there, right? Eva Radicals obviously takes the trophy with a total of 3,568. These are all averages of the matches. AKO Ligers, they are in the 3rd spot after Vete Esports, obviously, because the number of nades that McRory tosses out, there's no way he's not going to be able to get all of the damage on his side.
You're absolutely right. And with these 3 teams, they're at the top, obviously, but they have such different play styles. You have Vete Esports being super consistent all the time, and that's the reason why they've been at the top. But as soon as some kind of weird play or really just blitz play comes along in the form of AKO Ligers, they kind of just crumble. So AKO Ligers is a little bit more rhythm-based. They need to go in some sort of rhythm, and like what you said, might be too late at the very end. It has to be activated. And you have Eva Radicals, just very explosive all the time. And it's very much just like they have so much damage. As you can see here, they have the most, so they're very aggressive. So I'm so interested because I don't know what is going to happen in our grand finals.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. Let's take a look at survival base as well in terms of the ones who take the cake. AKO Ligers with the best average survival time of 16 minutes and 5 seconds, followed by Vete Esports, who's not too shabby at all. And we most definitely have seen these two teams in that final circle a lot. As a matter of fact, these two teams have the most number of booyahs in comparison to all of those other teams. So it's no surprise at all seeing them up there, right? Eva Radicals did not make it through. Most of the fact based on the fact that they didn't really pick up that many booyahs for themselves. But Go Willem Views managed to sneak in there with the 15 minutes and 50 seconds on board.
Govil and Will was really just an explosive team at the very, I guess, half of the league stages. They were basically unstoppable. They were on top. But then when the shuffle really happened, that's when things kind of fell apart for this team. And that's why they just remained in fourth, kind of just a little bit, unstable at the very end. But you know what? I believe, especially with the guidance of Embalor and Wiz, they can definitely pull through if things are right, if they play it right. Because we've seen some questionable plays on their end. But you know what? I feel like they're just going to be a little bit more careful. Obviously, these teams have had time to really just study, go through the stream, and really study their opponents, how they can go and counter them.
Yeah, the one thing that Go Willem Views just needs to be really careful with is getting into these engagements, right? Because it's almost 50-50 sometimes when they meet some of these top dogs. And even when they don't really meet the top dogs, even these mid-dwellers of the leaderboards, Go Willem Views, sometimes they kind of drop a little bit too early. Playing placement points obviously has been their better strengths. Hopefully they focus on that today. But looking at the top weapons that are used throughout the whole of the league stages, the Mag 7, you've got your auto shotgun there. No surprise at all. The current meta of the season. And I did not expect to see the Vector in here, but the Marksman Rifle, the AC-80, at the moment, if you as a player, an all-rounder, have got the sniper as well as the shotgun on you, it's going to be a GG for the rest of the teams out there already. But if you've got the Vector as well, recently nerfed, not as much DPS, but it does have the good rate of fire for you to continuously spray down these opponents' close range combat, and that most definitely allows you to take over these combat situations very, very easily. So no surprise at all seeing these three weapons up on board, Beef.
Well, speaking of a takeover, taking a look at this, it's not even close. We're not even surprised. Kanoho being number one. AKO Ligers has a very special member in the form of this guy. Look at him. He has a frown right now. It's because, he's looking for competition. 81 kills. All right, to his name. 5 MVPs. That is just absolutely crazy. And there is no surprise. The reason why AKO Ligers is doing such a good job, because this guy is just consistent. And right below him, Tanamo for Eva Radicals is also very impressive. He is going to be the leader for his team, 3,779 points. But then taking a look at Kanoho, that's a very far range right now, 4,107.
Now, I love to see all of these names up here on the board. And Kanoho, the most decorated player of the Free Fire Challenges Philippines Season 1 League stages. Will he be the continuous MVP throughout the grand finals as well? We will most definitely be keeping our eyes out for these players. But it's good. It's really nice to see the fact that you don't really see two names from the exact same squad up here on the top players leaderboard. The Philippines is quite equal when it comes to the mechanical capabilities out there, with just a few of these variables that really throw some of these players off guard sometimes, Beef.
You're absolutely right. And I guess one more member that I really just want to give a little bit of light on is Morgana from Bloody Head. Ever since last year, has been so consistent with everything that, speaking of Bloody Head, is right there for teams to watch. But yeah, Morgana, you already know if this person's going to be the last one there, best know that they basically will go in there for the best situation. So you need some sort of guidance like that in your team. So for Govil and Wolves, that's definitely going to be Embalor. And for Trot WYS, it's definitely going to be General. We've seen him pop off so much, and they've gotten a lot of wins just because of his guidance.
Absolutely right. I am a huge fan of both Go Willem Views as well as Bloody Head. Great to see that production thinks that, they are great teams to watch out here. Trot WYS, I'm a little blur as to why we're keeping our eyes on them, but I do see, another side of this coin as well, where some of the underdogs, they are super hungry, right? They may have just been lying dormant throughout the whole of the league stages, just so that they don't really hit hard. Because we have to remember, although Trot WYS, they qualified through for the finals in the 11th spot, they hold 4 booyahs to their name. These guys are no strangers to that final circle, Beef.
You're absolutely right. And I think the reason why Trot WYS is here is their back-to-back wins. And I think that was day number 1. That was just so crucial and basically put them, that's basically saying that from 16th to 11th spot, that is like 5 levels going up there. So I feel like that's a really good sign of a team that knows how to play the game. But I'm just scared that they're only going to perform once, you know, it's in dire need, like when they're already desperate. But you know what? Let's take a look at the maps, because this is what determines how the team will actually go and perform here. Bermuda, you can see here, match 1 and match 4. That's going to be a very classic map that a lot of these teams really like to play. Kalahari match 2 and match 5. Purgatory match 3 and match 6. So we're gonna have all of these maps in, unlike in the group stages where we only have 2 of the same maps into one day. All 3 will be played.
Basically, the teams are going to be tested to the max in here all throughout 6 rounds. We cycle through the maps just one time just to make sure we are absolutely sure. Yesterday, Toda, they hit the Holy Trinity. The Holy Trinity being able to score the Booyah on all 3 maps. In fact, Toda actually scored 4 Booyahs yesterday, which was super impressive, and they are the kings of Free Fire challenges Malaysia. Will we find a king in here today that is as dominant, that sets themselves apart from the competition in such an astounding fashion? Or will it be a similar story of the league stages where just one day can just continuously shuffle the leaderboards again and again and again, right? Because that's what we had to face all throughout the league stages, Beef.
You know, it makes you think, right? All of these teams have been like, especially for Vete and AKO, they've been close in the points. Even when it comes to the 3rd and 4th spot, it makes you think, are they just trying to put out and really just hide all of their strats and everything that they have today, and maybe we get to see as much dominance as we saw on the Malaysian side of things. And now for the Philippines, it seems like everything's a little bit more leveled, right? But I am so excited to be surprised and be like, okay, I'm not even going to be surprised if one team just dominates it through, but I already know it's not going to be easy.
It's definitely not going to be easy. In here, you do not know what to expect, but you can most definitely expect the unexpected whenever it comes to Free Fire. The gods of RNG, Battle Royale, what a perfect mix. And with teams who are so close to each other, like you have pointed out, Beef, yeah, it's just a lot of drama about to unfold. It's all going to go down to who has got the best strategies as we drop into all 3 of these maps and we cycle through them twice. Who's going to be lucky enough to hit those loots? Who are going to be smart enough? Who was smart enough to actually get all of that homework done to make sure they do not share the same drop spot as any one of these other squads? Because if you get hot dropped, my oh my, your chances of getting into that top 3 drastically reduces, because you are leaving your fate into the hands of just absolute blind chance, right? You don't know what sort of weapon you're going to get. You don't know if you're going to be able to collect the utilities or the lethals. And Bermuda is the kind of map where, yes, you've got a lot of these compounds to work with, but if you're not there first, you might as well not get into that compound at all.
Yeah, and it's really hard, especially if you know where you're dropping and who's going to drop there with you. Every time we get to see every team drop in the same place that they have, that only means that you're giving as much information as what you did in the past few games. So right now, you already know Vete Esports is going into Shipyard. You already know it's just Eva Radicals right beside them in Bullseye. That's the reason why Eva Radicals was able to stop Vete Esports. And you can see here, that's probably going to be the case right now in Vete Esports. You already know they're really good at Bermuda, having those 5 booyahs.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ego Oblivion's very early on taken over the Mystery Tower, playing all of this information for themselves. And at the Mystery Tower, you should be able to get some good loot, but it's not enough, right? Because they need to find a compound for themselves as well. But I think it was a great way to disengage from the potential disaster. But let us not forget, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, all throughout the league stages, you guys have not gotten the giveaways. Today, on the day of the grand finals, we are giving away some cool stuff. And if you help us hit those concurrent views by dropping that like and sharing the stream out as well, you will be able to unlock all of these crazy cute goodies. I'm most definitely looking forward to the grenade when we hit that 10k concurrent viewers, Beef.
I mean, I'm for sure the viewers want it, but I'm pretty sure us casters want it even more. So please help us share the stream, comment, and really just share it to every group that you have. I mean, even if you're not close to your family members, you know what? Just give them, let's say it's just homework, quote unquote, it's homework, right? So anyway, taking a look at the team that can actually bring down the Giants themselves. I mean, yeah, Eva Radicals are Giants too, but they're not happy with that third place. They want top one. So they have a chance to stop Vete Esports, knowing very well they're just neighbors right now.
Yeah, and I'm going to make a brave call here. I think Eva Radicals is the most dangerous team out here in the battlefield within the grand finals. And yes, they may have entered the league stages in the third place, but I think that was purely intentional. It wasn't intentional to get the third spot, but it was most definitely intentional to not go over-aggress, look for, all of the placement points or the booyahs. They were focusing on one very specific thing, which was sharpening their mechanical capabilities, sharpening their engagement skills against all of these supreme teams all throughout the league stages. Such dominance and such aggression, all for the build-up of the final day, because they, just like, a lot of the Free Fire fans, a lot of you survivors out there, they understand that when it truly matters is when you get to the final day. And the biggest slice of the pie is in the grand finals, beef.
Absolutely. I mean, it's so far. Like, the first place and second place, the prize pool that you get is so far. But speaking of, so far we get to see 3 teams might be able to see each other, AKO, Ligers, Ego, Oblivions, and Trot, WYS, all in the same triangle. Now, that's going to be very difficult right now for AKO Ligers if they keep it like this, where they're going to be a little bit spread out. It's a good thing that be going really near his teammate. Not quite sure who that person might be, but still very good call. Gets that information that there's going to be 2 teams though, so they're probably just going to be repositioning in for attack. So Korotua, again, you don't really get to have as much loot here, but you do get to have that sight line that they have.
Yeah, Korotua is just not my favorite spot for any of the teams to go in there and drop, because yes, you will be able to spread out wide, you will be able to find good amount of loots in the individual tiny compounds that Korotua offers you, but overall it's just a little bit too open of a space, technically just mirroring what Bermuda is, open plains, just with a few trees. The tree trunk, you can depend on Mother Nature to help you out sometimes. But what's most interesting is you mentioned that it was a dangerous triangle, and the last place you want to get is stuck in a triangle is at Bermuda.
Yeah, I mean, even in the game or even in life, don't get stuck on a triangle, because at the end of the day, one of you or 2 of you, you're gonna get eliminated just like that. You don't want to get hurt in that triangle. So right now, the danger zone going on top.
I meant it as the Bermuda Triangle. The way you said it kind of sounded like a love triangle.
Up, AJ, okay?
Yeah, you kind of described a love triangle there. We're talking about 2 different things, but it seems like both of those things describe these situations really well. The point of the matter is, you do not want to be involved in that triangle.
Don't get third party. Oh, that just even hurts even more, my man. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna stop myself right there. Okay, speaking of, we're taking a look at Axis right now. That's gonna be very troublesome, because one person is going to be right beside Equinox. That's not going to be good. I'm not quite sure where the others are going to be. Maybe just surveying around the area, but it's going to be too difficult to really just go away from.
For the benefit of the viewers, why did you stop yourself? Were you caught in the love triangle? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we may need to take this conversation offline later on. I'll find out from Beef. I'll let you guys know. I'll keep you guys updated. We know there are some Beef Mommy Sims in the comment section as well. You guys will have the information soon. Go! Tries to get away, understands the map really well, plays those angles as well as the corners to perfection. But as he tries to back away from this engagement, it's going to be a 4v1. Pulls out the glue wall in the nick of time, not to waste any more of his medkit. And my oh my, this is something that I did not expect from Axis as well as Gaul. The ability to evade such a dangerous confrontation. He was outnumbered. Way too many of those players could have been able to take him down, but Equinox just a little too soft early in these rounds.
Yeah, you need to be able to get just one person there. You need to go for the aggression. That was a really easy kill for them, but Morgana for Bloody Heads goes down. It's a good thing the pickup really just ensued here. So Cryfu, really good defense here so far, but against VPH Velocity, they need to find a way to get a little bit better cover, because right now they're just so open.
Let's see exactly what Bloodyhead will be able to do in Bermuda. One of the things that, you will be lucky to find and you most definitely will appreciate are those vehicles. Helps you get around and deal with the massive amount of terrain that you have to cross, especially when you go compound to compound looking for that safe zone. But as Bloodyheads now try to reposition themselves, VPH Velocity takes this fight. Views will be able to drop in, and this love triangle that you don't really want to be involved in, it just looks like Views want a partner.
You're gonna keep saying love triangle, aren't you? I'm not gonna hear the end of it. I blame myself. But anyway, speaking of that love triangle, Will seems to be like they want to be part of this very complicated relationship that we're seeing up against VPH Velocity and Bloody Heads, because you already know these two teams have been battling it out every single time. And there you go, first one from M. Valor. Captain M. Valor really just wants to go in on a rampage, and we finally get a kill leader.
And you shut down one of the most dangerous players of Bloody Head. Morgana has been taken out of the equation, the MVP of the squad, Bloody Head. And now, without their star player, what will Bloody Head be able to do? Now, this is the one saving grace of this situation. It really doesn't matter what happens to Bloody Head overall in this competition, because they were in the top 6 of MCP Majors Season 2, which means they already have a direct invite to the league stages. But the prize pool's a little attractive as well. You want to be able to hustle up to that spot. And it's not their fault that they got caught in this love triangle, but they have to now get away from this. And you said it, Beef. When you get into these situations, someone ends up getting hurt. Unfortunately, it was Morgana.
But unfortunately for them, Mark is still pretty much alive, and you already know this guy is a very talented sniper that can get so many kills. So for them, they just need to stay put. We already said it a while ago. Bloody Heads already is having a hard time because they barely had any cover. They were sandwiched, unfortunately. I feel like they could have went away from VPH Velocity, but Wills just went in there in the third party. Now, if VPH Velocity just needs to stay in here and basically wait for Wills to get rid of Bloody Heads and then go in for the kill as well. I feel like that's what's going to happen. They're just sitting pretty. They know very well that another team is going to go in there for the kill.
Yeah, VPH Velocity, they are one of the teams that don't really aggress upon their enemies very early in the game. They want to make it through the final zone before they start looking for these kills. And I kind of feel like they will be going for that play once again. Views with Embolori nicking off that one kill. Nobody wants to over-aggress, right? League stages, that's when you take all of these crazy risks. You can be a daredevil. Grand Finals day, everybody's a good boy. Everybody's a good girl. Everybody just tries to nick 1 or 2 points off before they get into the final circle. And that's what I love and hate about the Philippines when the Battle Royale is involved. Everybody wants to be a part of the party in that final circle. And when you have so many of these teams still surviving past that 10-minute mark, it's just pure chaos. I mean, let's not talk third party. We're going to get the 4th, the 5th, the 6th. Everybody's going to be there to chip in.
Now, this is going to be very scary because I've been looking at the map all the way through, and Vete Esports and Eva Radicals, they did not have any team beside them whatsoever, so they have all the weapons that they need. They're basically buffing up into going in the circles in the final moments of the game, and now I feel like Equinox is going to be in a very difficult spot because they've been applying pressure to one team, and right behind them is going to be Vete Esports, and I'm kind of scared that they don't have as much arsenal as Vete.
Yeah, I mean, Equinox overall in the competition, they haven't really been super duper dangerous to deal with, right? And now early shots from Equinox as they find the one and only 4-bits alone creeping around. They manage to find his vehicle. He brings out the time turner, saves himself a little bit of that HP, and he doesn't get knocked down. Glue Walls played well, 5 more in his inventory, so he doesn't really need to worry all that too much as he gets away from the team Equinox and backs up together with his brothers of Wayte Esports. And now you can see them using that launch pad already, but Daymoon doesn't really travel all that too far. They just want to continue looting.
And that's a really good spot for Vete, but right beside them, who's next? Surprisingly, just like saying hello with those vehicles, so that's a good thing. They gather the information, but I'm not quite sure that they know that Beta Esports is right there. Oh no! Why would you go inside a compound knowing very well there's gonna be one more team there? Yao, that's not going to be really good. Getting some shots already. Yadope puts down the blue wall. Good thing that he gets to do that. Finally goes away with his life, but Toki's also going to be in trouble.
Yeah, who's next playing the buddy system now? But the buddy system is split up. 2 fighting Vete Esports, 2 fighting Equinox. This is a GG for who's next. How are they going to survive? Tokyo down on the ground, but Daemoon now comes to knock on the doors of Yadop. One nade, and the nade doesn't take it, but Daemoon does have the double vectors. Yadop gets taken out of the equation. Funky tries to get away. Hawkeye as well surviving, and these two brothers, as they try to make sure that they don't get taken down, they have to now deal with Equinox sandwiched between. The one way is to lead all of the fight out of this area, and they do that really well. And this will continue. This story will continue. Vete Esports does not chase them down. Equinox does not chase them down. Everybody wants to play this safe. Yeah, who's next should have played it slightly safer than that.
I know, they basically went into the front door of Beta Esports, knocked there, and even had like a tray of cookies. Like, hello, that was like 3 kills. Unfortunate plays here.
Ooh.
You get to see really unfortunate gameplay from the vehicle, but here we go. Gal's finally taking shots. I feel like this guy has like 9 lives. He keeps getting some shots, but he doesn't die. So let's see what happens to him and what kind of rotation going in here, because we see Eva Radicals going in there for the gatekeep.
Tanamo, the MVP for the side of Eva Radicals. Even the aggressive ones are not getting super aggressive, and this is where you really need to start fearing Eva Radicals. Eva Radicals, the team that does not play for placement points, is playing for placement points right now. And that just changes the dynamics of the Philippines Free Fire stage as a whole. Vete Esports finally scrimming off against Equinox once again. That nade will be tossed as the star grenadier McRory backs away from the situation. 5 grenades in his hand. McRory gets a knock, sends one more in. Zhao has got the grenade launcher, tries to take down the grenadier himself with the grenade launcher, but Daemoon says no, pulls out the double vectors, and he will be able to spray down Zhao, but Zhao takes himself down with the grenade launcher, defusal, as well as Yaboy. The only thing they can do is run away. Yaboy down on the ground, defusal as well. Sorry, the final survivor. Will Axis find him? Will Vete Esports get him? Either way, it was a terrible decision to engage with Vete Esports, but now Vete Esports needs to be careful, because as they continue this fight, I believe there is another team just beyond the horizon gunning for them.
Ooh, take a look at Axis right now, taking advantage of the situation where Veta Esports barely has any cover. They use a lot of glue walls already, so it's a good thing. The hill already gonna give them some cover, so that's a really good sign. And now for Axis, all they need to do is just sit there, because once they go up the hill, you're going into Veta territory, which you don't want to engage in. But speaking of another engagement, BPH Velocity wants to have a piece of the pie. McRory goes down. Only 2 more people right now for Veta that can go and make a difference, and there you go. He's out of the game, and right now we only get to see 2 more players, and they need to change their game up right now.
Yes, ma'am. VPH Velocity was that exact team just beyond the horizon, and they bagged the players of Vete Esports well. Wiz trying to drop by inside as well, manages to drop Pepper, gets the kill. Now he's not going to be able to help out Blocky. Blocky shut down by Mark from afar. Bloody Head, they finish off Trot WYS, and now they have to take the fight up against AKO Ligers. Kanoho, the star player, the most decorated player of the whole Free Fire, challenges Philippines now, taking this fight up. But we switch on back to VPH, who seems to be sandwiched between Views as well as Equinox B.
But it's only 1 member of Equinox, but that person might actually do some damage. But with Will's right behind them, that's going to be very difficult. So they need to choose. Who do you want to go for? That 1 player from Equinox or someone against Fuse? But there you go. Feitan Janelle goes down. Only 2 more players left. Red2s and Benata can only make a difference. But with Wheels already going in here, Inspire, all having a lot of kills already to their name. There's just so many things happening all at once. And just like that, VPH Velocity also having a very hard time. Benata's going to be the only person left. But Race was also VPH Velocity eliminated from this competition.
Oh, Nathan steals the kill. Benata taken by him. View's not going to be happy with that. Axis now going to pay for stealing that kill away. Was it worth it, Gal? Was it worth it? Nah, I don't think so. The grenade hits his own glue wall, flies behind him. The guy needs to think of his trajectory, but will be able to find Santino this time. Can the delete come through? No. A good glue wall pulled up. And now from the back, Gal will not be able to survive the zone, and the safe zone knocks him down. down, out back into the lobby. Govilum Views will be able to survive. They pick their member up, and next the team in front of them is gonna be Bloody Head, and the action does not stop. It does not pause. It does not slow down. Sneaks on the ground. Grenade only one in the hands of Embalore, but he does not need more than his sniper. Kaloy down on the ground. Bloody Head, they suffer. They do have a couple of blood streaking down all of their foreheads. It is not sweat at all. Eva Radicals as well as AKO sneaking into the final zone already as all of this breaks out just beyond.
Here we go, a full team of Goblin Wolves, a full team of AKO Ligers, and a full team of Eva Radicals already into the final circle. Bloody Heads just missing one though, so it's still very doable for them, but it's not going to be easy as Mark getting some shots already, Cryfu getting some shots as well, and Will's already applying that pressure with 7 kills in there. No, make that 8 as Envelor is on a killing spree.
Oh, absolutely. 5 kills in here so far. Mark down on the ground. Sneaks. Is he going to be able to get the kill? No! Thanamo steals that away. Eva Radicals, remember, I said they may just be the most dangerous team out here. Let's see when they play for placement points whether it brings out a different sort of a beast. But the Ligers are stepping on in as well. But there's something that I heard, you know. Tigers are dangerous. Lions are dangerous. But when you mix them together and they become Ligers, unfortunately, they get a little stumpy. They don't move around all that too much. And AKO just now needs to break that belief. Can they aggress upon some of the most dangerous players? Eva Radicals, cheers from the back, but it will be the grenade launcher out of Embalore that shuts down Eva Radicals. And now, Govilum Views setting themselves up for the first booyah of the day. Cheers down on the ground. Toby does shut down Embalore, and AKO, yes, they were #1 at the league stages, and they open up the grand finals with a booyah for themselves as well.
What momentum! We said a while ago, maybe this team only relied on momentum, but right now they absolutely started it up at full speed. Seiya, Dren, Cheers, Toby Cuties, Kanoho, and Jibuya. That is just an amazing start, and that is a statement to all of these teams, basically showing everyone who's boss. But you know what? I am just so happy that this has happened, and Beite Esports, they had a hard time in this competition, having just 2 players into that last circle.
It is what it is, right? It is what it is, because that's exactly what the gods of RNG will do to you. That's exactly what will happen to you in a game of Battle Royale. And that's where the true test comes through. How do you play the game of survival, not get yourself engaged in a lot of these battles, get into that final zone? But and Eva Radicals, they were playing that so well. There was another team that just didn't really want to stick to my views. They wanted to get to that final zone, but they wanted to bring out the aggression as well. They kind of feel that it would bring them the distance. And I believe it might just have. Govilum Views, the number of kills that Embalore bagged for himself, the number of kills that they managed to secure overall as a squad, I believe might just be enough to launch them into that #1 spot, because AKO Ligers, although they did manage to grab the booyah, they were not as deadly as Govilum Views.
They were on a rampage. Like, usually you get to see Govilum Wills become really aggressive into the first half of the game. And yes, that's what happened here too. And they lost a lot of members along the way. Only into the last circle. They did so well. And Embalore, being such a clutch player that he is, still ended up getting a lot of placement points. That's 9 points on top of every single kill that only he got, but also everyone else got.
Yeah, absolutely right. Crazy stuff. It was all started off by Beite Esports and Equinox. Zhao, unfortunately, the guy is just not having a great day. My friend, the grenade launcher is a weapon that needs to be handled with a lot of love. And if you don't show it love, it punishes you, right? Unfortunately, the grenade launcher knocks the guy down, finished off by the rest of Beite Esports. But it didn't end there, because VPH Velocity came knocking on the door. And when that happened, the rest of Beite Esports backed away, leaving Axis, Govilum Views, and VPH to fight it out.
And when you get to see the engagements, the triangle that we get to see here, Wills just absolutely dominated every single game, every single engagement that they had. Obviously, not until the very end. They got rid of how many players from Bloody Heads, and they basically, I think, the team that got rid of so many already in the start. Very strong start from Govilum Wills.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Govilum Views had an incredible match there. And what do you know? Embalore, who was playing so much of that long-range engagement, getting those kills, there you go, as we talked about, they managed to go on a rampage, even though they do not secure the booyah. they secure that number 1 spot. Insanity out of Go Willem Views. But AKO Ligers, you gotta give that credit where credit is due. They managed to bag Go Willem Views themselves, shutting down Embalore. 5 kills overall in that second spot with 17 points. Eva Radicals managing to make it up to that third spot. This time around, playing placements instead of kill points. Now, this is something that I would have liked to see a little bit more from the league stages itself, as they should have started perfecting survival gameplay alongside their, super radical style of aggression. But, whatever floats their boat, 12 points is not too shabby at all to make sure they stay in the top 3. But they need to keep this up. Axis, Vete Esports, as well as Bloody Head in the 4th, 5th, as well as 6th spot with 10 and 9 points speed.
You know what's interesting with Eva Radicals is that they weren't even that aggressive in this round, and they actually went into the circle really early. Like when everyone was fighting outside, it was Wills, it was VPH Velocity, and the outside. They were in there going up against Vete Esports. So I guess this kind of play doesn't really work out for them. And yes, 12 points is still a lot of points, but you get to see Eva Radicals be a little bit more passive here, and it doesn't really work out because they only have 4 kills.
Yeah.
So maybe they should just stick to what they know best, is to go in through the aggression, especially going up against teams in the early round.
Oh, yeah, absolutely right. Because I kind of feel like Eva Radicals, they balanced themselves out overall, because they started off with all-out aggression, and then unfortunately that started playing against them. And sometimes you see them just surviving with 1 or 2 players out there on the battlefield. Only in those circumstances and situations were they playing survival as well as placement points. But now to see the full squad be so passive in towards these rounds, it is quite concerning. But 6 rounds is a lot of rounds for pro teams like this, and I know Eva Radicals will be able to bring in those adjustments. To wrap up the leaderboard for after the first game, VPH Velocity 6 in that 7th place, Ego Oblivions in that 8th spot, Equinox, Strot WY as the Vindicators, as well as Who's Next wrapping up round number 1 at the very bottom. Go Willem Views, if they can continue the streak, I believe they will be able to go very, very far. But hopefully this is not a reflection of how the competition started, because they were as hot when we first started the league stages.
And speaking of hot, taking a look at that,
Oh, wow.
Embalore just having 9 kills already. Oh my goodness. I mean, the hit rate is not that good, right? 27%, but you know what? He makes it count. I mean, I'm just basically gonna not even look at the hit rate right now, but 9 kills with 3,094 damage, that is so impressive to see.
If the guy got a hit rate of 1% with 9 kills in 1 round, nobody would blink. Nobody would care at all, right? I mean, he can have a hit rate of 0.01 because the amount of damage he has brought out there onto all of these other players. Look at that, 0 assists. Not because he's not helping out his team members, because he does not give them any work to do. This guy is a one-man killing machine. From afar, he gets the knock, he finishes them off. He tries to steal a couple of kills sometimes as well, gets his own knocks stolen away from opponents. And just when you think that Embalore is not going to be able to sustain himself in the final circles because you don't get to play that range combat anymore, he whips out that grenade launcher and he continues popping off, right? An absolute monster of an MVP he has been for round number 1. It looks like all of the consistent stories that we got from the league stages seem to be continuing, but amplified at the grand finals beat.
His game sense is crazy. I mean, I think another person that has the same game sense as him is probably going to be McRory, Kanoho, and also I think Mark from Bloody Heads, and some moments, especially from far away. So again, a really amazing first few wins that we have seen here. Go Willem Wheels though, Bermuda is supposed to be one of their weakest maps, and I think it's just so amazing to see how much they've improved in this map. They've only had 1 booyah in the group stage. So the fact that they just had a lot of points here, yes, they didn't get a booyah, doesn't really matter. They got the kills now.
Yeah, absolutely right. Because when you know a certain map is just not your best and you may not be able to secure the booyah, you want to be able to sandbag yourself with the kill points, which is exactly what they did. And it's so lucky that they managed to pull off that strategy first, because even without the booyah, they sit down in the number 1 spot. And if they continue this strategy, obviously they are going to go absolutely nowhere. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you are a little curious as to who's responsible for all of this action that you're witnessing in the Free Fire stage. It is none other than Infinix, the one and only. Infinix Mobile is the official sponsor of the Free Fire Challenger Philippines. You get to fire up your game with Infinix's best-selling gaming smartphone, the Infinix Note 11S.
I mean, just get your hands on the Infinite Note 11S, because it's a powerful smartphone with the Helio G96 Ultra gaming processor. So fire up your game and get this now for only 9,990 pesos. We keep telling you guys, this is a special phone. Not only that, it's very hefty in the pockets. You won't feel sad every time you get this phone and spend for it, because it's pretty worth the price.
Yeah, I cannot believe. I mean, it's a good marketing strategy, right? Take such an amazing device, drop the price point, and just be the titans of the mobile market in the Philippines, especially in the gaming world. I think they have got most definitely the right strategy going, and a lot of players, especially the Free Fire, will be picking up this device very, very soon. Because once again, Beef, not only are you able to get in there with one of the best hardware in terms of mobile gaming, but you also will be able to set up your own stream with 9,990 pesos. Absolutely insane. By the way, if you have a phone but you have got no skins in the game, you can't be popping off and showing off to all of your friends, right? So help us unlock some of these giveaways. 10,000 concurrent viewers. That's all I want to be aiming for us, because it's the Matryoshka little grenade that I want to see. And I just wonder, when you toss it, does it actually open up into a smaller grenade and form like a cluster and damage a lot of the players? I'm sure it doesn't, but
you're absolutely right. I mean, there's only one way to find out, right? We need to hit that 10K, but before we hit that milestone, let's hit the 3K, let's hit the 5K. If you do get to hit that 5K, you do have the red baseball cap, a nice little hat. I mean, for me, I actually really like clothing when it comes to games. Like, I don't really care much for like the skins of guns. I like looking nice. You're gonna look fly with this baseball cap, you know what? But we are gonna graduate from the 5K because the 10K. This is the question that I want answered right now. Okay, please, let's get that 10K so we get the Matryoshka grenade, and we just need to find out if it does open up one by one, like what AJ said.
I don't think it does. Do not quote me on this. I'm just saying it will be fun if that happens, right? It will be nice if that was a effect of this particular grenade, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Similar to the whole mystery towers that we have been witnessing in Bermuda recently. I'm quite glad to see no teams took advantage of the mystery tower, because, in all of its mystery that it's shrouded in, it gives you that bird's eye view. But once you get caught up there by any of those squads, it's most of the time a GG.
I mean, sometimes if you are in that mystery tower, you kind of just, you get that nice view, but then you don't really get to have, like, if you stay there a little bit too long, you're gonna pay the price, right?
Yeah.
And we've already seen it, a lot of mistakes done there, but it's a good thing that I actually saw BPH Velocity going up there, but they didn't really stay there for that much. So let's see what happens here, because we are going to be in Kalahari. And now this map is very interesting to me, because for Kalahari, the best is going to be AKO Ligers. Now, that's going to be very hard because they have 4 wins here already. So not only did they get that win a while ago, but this is their best map. So if you're going to be in the other teams, you need to stop this.
And I mean, thinking that you want to stop it is one thing. Actually getting out there and getting the job done is a whole other. Let's, just sit back and watch exactly who will be able to achieve that. Vete Esports seems to be very confused as they drop very far from each other. McRory, he moved out to Stone Ridge, and the rest of the players into Santa Catarina. And Vete Esports, McRory alone is going on a grenade looting spree, and the guy should be able to pick up quite a number in the early stage of the game. But even Radicals might be able to pick up a few kills out of the players of Equinox here, Beef.
Ooh, that one player of Equinox better just stay put, because he's gonna go down. Zhao already taking some shots left. That is not gonna look good, my dude. And there you go, Führer. You're not gonna want to go up against all these teams. With Barba as well. He's still running. How is he still alive? Okay, finally, there you go. Goes down. That is one bad play from Equinox, just going a little bit too far. And now, one by one, they're just going in there just for Eva Radicals to pick him off.
And I don't know exactly what was the play there, but obviously he didn't have a gun on him. He was running around to find one, but no backup from the rest of his team members. That was the problem, right? And he gets knocked down way too early, no distraction being played. The rest of Equinox, they try to get away to a safer spot. Losing one player, yeah, they just want to survive and live to tell the tale for another time. Perhaps, be able to unlock some of these giveaways. Because don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, when we hit the 5K mark, like Beef was saying earlier on, you unlock the red baseball cap. And at 10K, the grenade Matryoshka will be unlocked for all of us. At 3K, you get 4 extreme adventure gun crates, all right? So many of these giveaways to activate here. All you need to do is drop that like and make sure you share the stream. Not just this broadcast. I mean, you may be watching this on Facebook. If you are, don't forget we are also live on YouTube, and all of those numbers accumulate and count as well.
Yeah, we gotta come together, and I just really want to hit that 10K, man. I'm not gonna let it go because I need to find out. It's an actual need, or else I think I'm just gonna be so sad. But anyway, speaking of a team that was a little bit sad with their performance a while ago in game number 1, Trot WYS not really doing the best performance into that Bermuda game. But Kalahari seems like they need to go and pick it up, and it's a good thing that Refinery is the best place to be at if you are having a hard time, because you will have the advantage of that sideline. So taking a look at what they're trying to do right now, they're scouting out the area, so that's good. So not only are they getting really good loot, but they get to see who's going to be right beside them. But taking a look at the northwestern part of the map, AKO Ligers might just make an appearance really soon, and Trot WYS needs to find a way to basically have a really good defense up top over there, because AKO Ligers, that is no joke of a team. They did win a while ago, so that was a very great start for AKO Ligers. So you know what, AJ, if they get another booyah here, AKO Ligers, that's a very big, just like, a sign for all of these teams to need to step up.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, if the previous one already wasn't a clear sign, I don't know what are they playing, right? It's the grand finals. Everybody needs to step up each and every single round. But as we say that, it's just so tough. It's so tough because if you do not know exactly which one of your strategies is going to be working out there, it's going to be tough for you to go out there and apply any of it confidently, which is why during the league stages, you need to be super aggressive. You need to be super exploitative of your opportunities, like what a team of Eva Radicals have done, like what Vete Esports have done, and clearly like what AKO has done. Because at the early stages of the league stage, they did not bother looking for the points. They were just sharpening all of their strategies, making sure their rotations in towards that final circle was coming through. And they made a lot of mistakes during the league stages, right? Early parts. But they just managed to shape up and ensure that by the time they get to those final stages, by the time they get to those final days of the league stage, that they would be ready for the grand finals. They finish off at the top and they start off with a bang. That's exactly what all of these other teams need to aspire for when they drop into the pro scene for Free Fire Beef.
Yeah, speaking of like dropping in here and really just making good plays, Equinox is actually having a really hard time with their early gameplays. They're losing that one person, Zhao. But here we go, Ego versus Axis. Gal already taking some shots. This guy just cannot catch a break. Always getting a lot of the kills already in the very first half of the game. And now they barely have any cover in the squad right now. Oh, but the no, Pepper goes down. Really good nade from Gal. I swear, this guy has just so many lives, and he's been doing really well in the face of adversity.
Now with the 2 glue walls expanded on the side of Axis already, still outside on the compound. They can use the terrain to their advantage, but the one disadvantage they will have is Ego Oblivions will be able to flank around. But the saving in disguise here, the blessing in disguise, I have to say, is the fact that Ego Oblivions, they try to feign a retreat, they back away, but someone just happens to misfire at the very end. So the players of Axis, they are not going to go in there hunting for kills just yet. Pepper manages to get a knock onto Bad. Child will not be able to find a kill. Fires off towards goodness knows where. Not going to be able to find anyone with that shot. JC Jacob, on the other hand, still playing a lot of pressure from that long distance engagement. The AUG perfect in terms of getting those scopes in, hitting those shots accurately. But Axis is playing those angles pretty much perfectly, right? They're not exposing themselves at all.
I don't know. I don't really like like what Lord did. He went down from the hill. He already had the advantage, but unfortunately for them, it's just like the wrong timing, the wrong place. Axis should have already pushed up on top of the hill. And now Nathan, Badshell, they're going to be just bumped up in the corner where you get to see them climbing back in the hill yet again, which they should have done already early on. And now you get to see one more play from Axis going in for the push up top of that hill. Didn't even have to go down in the first place. And now taking some shots. Still, it's a good thing that Ego Oblivion's already applying that pressure. That's a good thing because they need the points to go down, especially from their performance a while ago wasn't that good. But now speaking of a really good performance though, on the other end of the spectrum, Govelam Wheels is gonna have a really good time as one person from Ego is gonna be right behind them. They're gonna sandwich, but you already know that this team can handle that.
Yeah, this team can handle that, but it's the gods of RNG that might just play against you. Embalore finds Bad Child first. They need to shut down Axis as quick as possible. Sneaks with a good blue wall right in front of him. And Nathan pulls out the time turner. Manages to get Sneaks, but not able to delete him just yet. And unfortunately for them, they are the first team to make that exit. Now, Ego Oblivions, they hear of all of these gunshots. They know exactly who's hunting down the team that they were going for just moments ago. And they want nothing to do with this engagement. They back away from that compound. No sandwich situation. But Govelam Views might just have another team running towards them. VPH Velocity, on the other hand, they will find the Vindicators in quite a tight spot.
That's not going to be a very good spot for the Vindicators because VPH Velocity has the upper hand of having the high ground. And now Janelle has a really perfect spot of getting it, but no! Doesn't really spot him. Unknown, getting some shots, but then makes his presence known. Gets to have an opportunity to get rid of one more player, but it's a good thing for him. He has a lot of other, utilities to go and use. Not only that, his teammates are also in there for the assist. Now, it's very surprising that VPH Velocity wasn't able to take down Unknown.
Eklog from the back, grenade, but he does not play his position well. Exposes himself, and they lose their advantage. Eklog down on the ground. Janelle will be taken down by Unknown, and he plays all of the surprise angles very, very well. And the double vectors is able to punish, but now Unknown himself down on the ground by Bernardus doing that shotgun does strike. Cyborg, the final player for the side of Vindicators, but enough damage has already been dealt to VPH, although not as much as the Vindicators would like. But as Cyborg tries to get away, will Eva Radicals find him, or will VPH be able to catch his tail first? Either way, it does not look good for the Vindicators.
Yeah, it's just like really hard if you're the only one there right on the edge. And right beside you is going to be a really strong team. Eva Radicals want to take another fight as well. Aguila is going to provide that. That's actually really funny because Aguila actually is an eagle and he's going to be his eagle eyes for his team. And usually he is going there for the assist, going in for the long shots. And now for Eva Radicals, they need to be careful because for VPH Velocity, they are on fire at the moment. And with the Vindicators being eliminated so early on in the game, VPH just knows how to handle the situation, and we get to see Eva Radicals where the Vindicators were a while ago.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Vindicators are not Eva Radicals, not Vindicators. They hit differently. They hit hard. Phaeton backs away behind the glue wall, but the backup with another grenade comes through as well. Phaeton cooks one, but before he can let it out, Anamo hits him first. And one of the most decorated players on the side of Eva Radicals, no, the most decorated player for the side of Eva Radicals strikes first. And now they hunt down the rest of VP8. Pinata, the next one to go down. Fura, Anamo, they flank around with the pinch. The pinch for just one guy is an overkill, but that's what Eva Radicals is. Overkill all throughout Free Fire. Let's see if they can get to the top with all of the exact same strats. Round number 1 didn't do them all that well, but perhaps round number 2 will deliver this time round B.
You're absolutely right. Like, Eva Radicals is not the Vindicators, and that's how the Vindicators wanted things to go a while ago. It was all up to one person. It was Eklog. He had the best position. No one knew where he was, but for some reason, his momentum, his movement, it wasn't enough. He was just standing there. He was taking some shots, and you get to see a team like, Eva Radicals with a player like Danamo, where he takes some shots, but he also throws in a grenade and goes in there for the aggression, the confidence, and that's the reason why they were able to take down VPH Velocity. So we get to see experience coming into their side, and now we get to see Vete Esports going in there, just catapulting themselves inside the circle where a lot of other teams need to go and push in.
Yeah,
Let's see if or not AKO will be able to secure a good compound for themselves. You know, the one good thing about sitting in Kalahari is you have a lot of these zip lines to work with. But the one bad thing is, well, you're on the zip line, you can get shot down as well. But AKO, they are the kind of team that usually likes to use these platforms for the bird's eye view, gets that information, that intel is most definitely king when it comes to a battle royale, for you to be able to back away, for you to be able to make a play for yourself, set up an ambush. The one thing that can catch you off guard is if two teams spot you at the very same time. And that sort of a situation will happen if you are blessed with the zone and everybody starts moving towards you, but you get too complacent and don't reposition yourself, right? And let's hope that does not happen to the players of AKO. Embalore, as usual, punishing all of the other players around him. My son, a little bit more of his health taken down. Poor guy gets shut down. Embalore will be able to find that kill for himself, and the rest of Ego Oblivions to the Oblivion they try to go, but they can't because the safe zone's pushing them towards.
Yeah, I can't believe the Go Oblivions was actually being gatekept right now by Wills, because a while ago they had the advantage of getting away faster, and now it's like the other way around. There's such an amazing thing with Wills at the moment where they get to turn things around. And speaking of, Eva Radicals wants to also be part of this fight, and Wills already being hot, and the same for Eva Radicals as well. Now this is going to be very difficult as sneaks go down.
Golden Views, Animo strikes as well. Golden Views, they were able to aggress earlier on, but now Eva Radicals with their radical gameplay, they are hunting down the Apex Predators of the Grand Finals themselves. And look at Golden Views run. They do not want to have anything to do with Eva Radicals, and they do not have the utilities. They do not have the lethals on them as well. And now what Eva Radicals have is an open field for the killing, and this killing field has got both Golden Views as well as Ego Oblivions. Will they be able to hurt them all in a small tiny corner like sheep and prey on them? Because here comes the Apex Predators of the Philippines. Eva Radicals now, they are setting up a perfect spot for themselves, and Golden Views in the worst position of it all.
That timing is just so unfortunate for Govil and Wills, and the fact that Ego Oblivion, their savior right now is Eva Radicals. So thank you very much, but looks like there's another person late to the party. AKO Ligers versus Eva Radicals, a showdown that we really like to see. Top 1, top 2. Ooh, that's gonna be very difficult to go and see here. AKO is going to be really quiet. They're not going to be taking some shots. They're trying to read the room at the moment, and that's what makes them a really good team, because they don't want to engage. They don't want to make their presence known, because they know that Eva Radicals are very busy with another prey.
And now Eva Radicals, as they are looking for that prey, AKO, the Ligers. And now, even though I made fun of them, even though but it's a fact, okay? You guys go Google Ligers, you will understand exactly what I'm talking about, okay? They are pretty, they are amazing creatures, but they don't really function well in society. Try not to, I can't say try not to support Ligers. You have to support Ligers because they are a cool squad. But maybe, hopefully.
I'm Googling them right now. I'm Googling it.
I've done it. I've done it, haven't I? Equinox, that's
the
not...
The liger is a hybrid offspring of a male lion.
Yeah. Google them. Funky, who's next? Might just be the next team to make their way out of this Bait Esports once again. The ones who punish them. 4-bits pulls out a glue wall. The one and only Funky with the double vectors in his hands plays the maze, but unfortunately he will be found. Funky gets taken down by Daemon. 4-bits will be able to find Hawkeye as well. Yadope in there trying to heal himself up as the final player. The only saving grace here can be a little bit of interference from the side of Bloody Head to distract Bait Esports, but Yadope not waiting for time at all, because the save zone's pushing him in, and all of the players from Bait Esports thought in a small corner. I thought he would be able to at least get one, but he gets absolutely none.
At that point, he probably should have rotated outside, and that was probably the best way he can go, because he was already healing up in the first place. And yes, he was outside of the zone, but it just didn't really help him out, the fact that he wanted to push Bait Esports. But now, speaking of, Shot WYS in a prime position to take out Bait Esports, and now looks like they are at a very tricky spot. But with a team like Bait, they can actually go pull through into a spot that there's very tight and really just turn things around. McCrory is going to be very far, blocking, taking some shots already from him. How is that even possible? They're at an advantage, and right now Bait Esports is just that good that they're the ones that's actually doing a lot of it.
killer down and out for the count. AKO, the one and only Jaboywa. He strikes. Ligers ain't no soft creatures in the lobby of Free Fire. You can't put it out in the real world, but in the game, they are an absolute beast. Navi from the top. Vete Esports trying to get away from Bloodyhead, and at the same time, Embalore finds Sorry from the side of Equinox off screen. Embalore with yet another grenade flying out. Yeah, boy, as well as Defusal right there in front of him. Now from behind of the glue wall, it's gonna be the one and only Gobilum View suffering two of the players down on the ground. MVP Embalore shut down as well. And unfortunately for them, it would be Eva Radical's Furia fighting that final shot. Cheers finishes off the players of Trot WYS, and it looks like AKO will try to get in towards that next zone. Let's see if they can get through Vete Esports first.
Eco Oblivions is probably the luckiest team right now into this Kalahari game. They keep getting distracted, the team that's trying to hunt them down, because a bigger prey is going to be right in the skies. And right now, speaking of our Apex Predators, we have Vete Esports going up against AKO Liger.
What?
We have Viewer all by himself right outside the zone, which is probably one of the smartest things to do at the moment. He just wants everyone else to be distracted. But with Ego, they definitely aren't, because they know.
GG, Fury, GG. Yeah, Ego Oblivious, they get a good shot on him. McRory with the great nade. Vete Esports, they will be eating Liger for dinner tonight, and it is cooked with the grenades. The heat out of the grenades more than enough, but hopefully they pick all of the shrapnel out just first. Kanoho down on the ground. His grenade launch is not going to be doing them much favor. Jaboywa trying to take this fight up front and center. The final player pulls out the sight, but the melee, my goodness, lies down on the ground. He plays camouflage in the grass. Will he be able to make it through? No glue walls played just yet. He has to. Jaboywa first shot from Twinkle. Second one through. Does not get it, but Jacob finishes it off with the grenade launcher. Jaboywa, he could not be one with the grass. And Ego Oblivions, no matter how many times teams came knocking on their wall, on their doors, they did not want to give up, and they bag a booyah for themselves. A team that finished in 10th at the league stage.
Ego Oblivions, that was probably the strangest run I've seen in this competition so far. I don't know how many kills they were able to get, but I really want to see it. And guy on the lower right, he already knows what's up. He knows what's up. I need to get the same shades as well, but you know what? Like, I want to say it again. The luckiest team that has been blessed by the RNG gods in this Kalahari map. They were being hunted down early game by Wills, and for some reason, they still managed to bag it. I am impressed.
Yeah, luck or not, they finished off Fura. And they can be happy with that kill all throughout, right? Because Eva Radicals, they were about to pull off the unthinkable with Fury and his position that he was holding on to. But unfortunately, he could not move on any further than that, right? And you were right. Luck played its own part, but also decision-making, good decision-making, sound decisions coming through from the players of Ego Oblivions. In most of the time, just not get involved with all of the fight. Just stay back, let them deal with this hell, and we can get into the next zone as soon as a opportunity, arises for them, right? And they just played each and every single one of those windows of opportunity to get into the next zone. And like you said, I don't know how well they were doing in the kills department, but what it's all about is just picking up points. We don't care where it comes from, and a booyah, most definitely a great place to find some points.
Oh, most definitely. And honestly, the player for me that just won them all was Pepper. He took down Embalor. Embalor was the only player left. Two of his teammates were actually down, so there was still a chance for Wills to go in there, really, guns a-blazing with 3 players. But with Pepper going in for that clutch play, getting rid of Embalor and basically getting rid of Wills, that was probably the highlight. And basically, at that moment, I was like, oh, they're actually gonna win this thing.
This was the first sound decision that Ego Oblivions made, to back away from Gobilum Use and not third party them. Because, I mean, any other team would have thought, oh, all right, let's go get that backstab. We should be able to bag a few points for ourselves. But Ego Oblivions, that one decision to back away, help them sustain all the way through to the final zone as well. Who's next? Unfortunately for them, it was just not a great position because too many teams were trying to get into the next zone from the exact same angle. They would get caught out against one of the most dominant in the competition, Beite Esports, and things would continue, but unfortunately turn out bad for the Trot WYS because Trot WYS, they had quite a good fight against Beite Esports as they were trying to look for them. AKO came out of nowhere and bit them in the back.
I know, it's just like a really good play from Ego Oblivion, knowing when to play, and that is the growth that we like to see, the maturity compared to just a week ago where they were at the bottom of the pack and now they're making a statement. Ego Oblivion's having 19 total kills. That is also really good kill points as well. Not only do they get that amazing 12 points from the placement points, and that is definitely really impressive because it just means that they're doing so well in the early game and also in the late game as well. AKO Ligers right below them having that 17 and obviously having a little bit more kills compared to Ego Oblivions. You know what, AJ? I didn't even realize how much Ego Oblivions have that many kills.
Yeah, absolutely right. 7 kills is more than good enough. Usually when you see a team picking up the Booyah, and if they are super dominant like Beite Esports, even Radicals, you expect them to surpass, exceed that 10 kill point mark, right? But if you're Ego Oblivions, my friends, I'm not going to hold it against you at all. Ego Oblivions, they struggled throughout the whole of the league stages. As a matter of fact, in the top 12, Ego Oblivions were the ones who had the least amount of kills. If they get even 1 kill, I'll be super proud of them. So good job of getting into that final zone and holding your own against all of these other teams that were just so dominant all throughout the league stages. Now, Ego Oblivions just needs to rinse and repeat 4 more times. that is the challenge.
Yeah, being consistent, that is definitely one of the biggest challenges that we've seen here so far. And I think the biggest consistencies that we've seen here, the most consistent team is probably going to be AKO Ligers. If they don't bag the Booyah, they're probably going to be getting the second. And they've been getting second place that whole time. Yeah. And for you to be that consistently second place, that is going to be very deadly because a lot of people don't really realize that, oh, okay, they didn't get the win, but look at the points that they've been gathering in the whole time. But you know what? I'm excited what's going to happen in the next 4 rounds that we're going to have. Taking a look at the 3rd spot, Eva Radicals having that 12 along with Beite Esports as well. Bloody Hen not doing too bad with 9 points. Equinox with 8, Govilum Wills with 7, Trot WYS with 6, VPH Velocity with 4, the Vindicators having that 2, and Who's Next as well, and Axis having a mere 0 points to their name, always being hunted very early on.
And it's just unfortunate for Axis. We all saw exactly how the players of Govilum Views just continued the fight. That the players of Ego Oblivions kind of started off against Axis. And Amber...
It's still the guy. It's still him.
Wait. Is this some sort of graphical error? Is this some sort of an issue that we are having where someone made a mistake and did not switch out the most important part, which is the MVP? Round 1 picked up by Ambalori. Round 2 picked up by Ambalori as well. Not as flashy with the kills. Who cares? It's all about picking up all of these medals to hang around your neck, and the guy hits it twice in the grand finals. Govilum Views really making a name for themselves here.
He was the only one that got kills in his team, and every single time this guy pops off, it's just either wrecking havoc, and we keep saying it every time they even make it into the main stage. It's really just Embalor that propels his team into the very top, and it's really up to his teammates if they want to go up to the standard of this guy. 4 kills. 33%. It's getting better and better the more that we're seeing this.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And hopefully he will be able to continue delivering all of these spicy shots throughout the competition. Govilum Views will most desperately need it as they finish off in that 7th place this time around. The first game, most definitely the sandbag to keep them in the top 3, top 4 potentially, but the other teams will continue catching up with them, and AKO Ligers most definitely have surpassed them at this point, and that's definitely something that you want to be looking out for. AKO Ligers, speaking of them, they were the ones who picked up the Booyah for round number 1. Round number 2, Ego Oblivions. And this is something that we talked about at the start of the show, Beef, where some of the teams who struggle through the league stages might just end up popping off and surprising all of us.
Exactly. And Ego Oblivions, they've actually never won in Kalahari. So that is going to be very impressive that they're finally showing up into the most important moments of the competition. Because, yes, you probably didn't have a lot of good plays into the past and you didn't probably get that prize money that you wanted. But this is where it matters and they're showing it up. And hopefully in the next few stages, we really get to see that. And now, overall standings at the moment, and like we've been saying, AKO Ligers being very consistent, having that first booyah. And yes, they're going to be in second place, but they've been second place through and through, having that 34 total points and kill points having that 13. And now Govil and Wolves is going to be right below them. They had an explosive start, but kind of slowed down here in Kalahari with that 28. But Eva Radicals, again, they've been consistent too. They've been consistently third place with the 2 games that we've had here so far with 24 points.
Yeah, I mean, if they are going to be able to bring in all of that consistency, Evil Radicals doesn't need to worry too much until we reach round 3. Because we don't really have that many opportunities here, right? It's just 6 rounds. AKO Ligers most definitely, doing things right. Evil Radicals, they've just played some of these strategies a little too far, focusing on just one aspect of their gameplay. But on the final day, they most definitely will be able to make those adjustments. Why am I so confident with that? Is because this is the team that was so apt at finding those skills out there throughout of the whole league stages, and when they hit, they absolutely hit hard. So it's most definitely a team I'm going to continue keeping my eyes on. I want to see how much more Eva Radicals can make all of the rest of us proud. Ego Oblivions in that 4th spot, 23 points, and 21 points held by Vete Esports in that 5th place, and Bloodyhead in the 6th spot with 18 points. This is a point for concern, right? Because Bloodyhead, you do not expect to see them just picking up 3 kills after 2 rounds. That's unacceptable for the brand.
Exactly, and it's because Morgana just went down a little bit too early, and when one person that important just goes away early game, that's when you get to see a strength of a team, if they can manage or if they fall apart. But for the side of Bloodyhead, I feel like it's the latter, unfortunately for them, so they need to find a way to, even though the Morgana's gone, that they can go and perform as a team as well. Equinox, again, this team has been, unfortunately, always been hunting down. I feel like their early game needs to probably change because they just don't choose the engagements that they should be doing. And Axis right now, taking a look right now with 10 total points, VPH Velocity with 9, Trot WYS with 7, the Vindicators with 2, and Who's Next with 2 as well.
Yeah, and of course, that is the overall standings after round number 2. A lot more of a shakeup we anticipate as we move on to match number 3, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The full rotations are not over just yet. We still have the biggest map to play in here, Purgatory, right? When you drop into Kalahari, you want to loot up all of the grappling hooks just so that you can take advantage of some of this vertical elevation. But when you drop into Purgatory, you want to look for a ride. It gets a little tiring running around.
Yeah, exactly. You need a ride to just bring yourself into a distraction, right? You get to see a lot of these teams having that, especially I think it was PXG Radicals that likes to use the strategy where one player is just going to survey the area, take a look at who's going to be there, and then just go back to his team and give that information. And now, the strongest teams here, and I'm pretty sure that Vete Esports has been wanting to do this moment. Purgatory having that 3 kills, 3 wins already, 3 boos, and Goblin Wolves as well with 3. So I'm getting my eye on that. But speaking of getting your eye on something really nice and shiny, Infinix Mobile is the official sponsor of the Free Fire Philippines Open. So fire up your game with Infinix's best-selling gaming smartphone, the Infinix Note 11s.
Absolutely. The Infinix Note 11s is a powerful smartphone with the Helio G96 Ultra gaming processor. And you get to fire up your game and get this now for just 9,990 pesos, which is absolutely insane. Even more insane than what we are witnessing in this competition.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Ego Oblivions going up against Vete Esports and AKO Ligers and winning their gunfights. I swear they have this phone, and honestly, when I go back to the Philippines, I'm gonna buy this phone, and I'm gonna buy another one so I can send it to AJ, so we can all just have this phone.
Thank you, Beef. I was not expecting. I'll hold you to that.
You're welcome. It's 9,990 pesos, man. Come on, we That's fine. We can do it.
We
It's
are gonna
cheap.
bag.
It does its job.
We are gonna bag the Infinix for ourselves. Make sure you guys get it for yourselves as well. But what's a little bit more important than that is getting all of the giveaways from the day, okay? Do not forget that we have got the milestones to hit. As and when you guys drop that like, you help us build that algorithm. Be super active in the comment section. Make sure you share this broadcast out as well. And by the way, on that note as well, we just hit 3,000 concurrent viewers. So that just means you guys unlocked the first giveaway.
I'm so happy. You know what? 3K, done. I'm proud of us. You get to have a 4X Extreme Adventure gun crate. A little bit more. Just 2K left, y'all. You get to have that red baseball cap. You get to claim it now. Take a screenshot over here. Best believe I will take that screenshot as well. Y'all, it's going to be Valentine's Day right around the corner. So this is a really nice thing to have if you are playing with your significant other. You go like, hey, watch the stream. Let's play together. So you know what? Not only that, 10K is also around the corner. It's very possible for you to go and hit that.
If I went and said that to my significant other, she would look at me and be like, what is wrong? Why are you speaking to me like that? Why? No.
Hello there, significant
Do not take
other.
advice from Beef Mommy. She has just exited a love triangle, as we would say. Speculation later.
Because I don't
we-
because I don't have the Note 11s. That's why.
we'll get through that conversation offline, and I'll update you guys soon as well, okay? Do not forget, continue dropping that share because we need to hit more of these milestones in here. We still have the 5,000 as well as the 10,000 goal. At 5,000, we get to unlock the red baseball cap, and at 10,000, the grenade skin, the Matryoshka. No, you do not get a cluster out of this, but it's super cute. Why would you not want it?
Exactly. I mean, it's the perfect way to just say hello to your, unfortunate person who's going to be at the very end of this grenade, right? It's cute, but not cute for the one that's going to be receiving that nade, but we all want to have it. But yeah, I mean, we're already coming up to our match number 3. Everything has been happening so fast, and you get to see different types of plays that these teams have been trying out. Vete Esports, I am very surprised. They're kind of in the, middle of the pack where they've been just dominating in the group stage.
And I've got opinions, but I do not want to share my opinions because those opinions do not matter on the day of the grand finals. And said opinions are of, they sound like, I want to see them get a little bit more aggressive, too passive for my liking. It's the grand finals, man. We've got 6 rounds, and that only means you cannot make any mistakes at all within the 6 rounds. So I understand exactly why all of these teams, they are approaching the situation in such a slow manner. They don't really want to get over aggressive. They know what the risk is at the end of these 6 rounds, because it's not just a prize pool that they play for. They play for pride. They play for their brands. They want to make sure they get to the MCP majors with Vete Esports, Eva Radicals, as well as Bloody Head, and represent the Philippines strong, right? So a lot on the line here, and mistakes just cannot be afforded. Bloody Head, as they jump out, I believe they are going to be taking over Ski Lodge. Ego Oblivions very close to them, so hopefully Ego Oblivions will be able to continue making those good decisions as they did in the previous matchup.
And yeah, it's all about where you drop in and how you really get to play into the early game. Because let's say we keep talking about this team because they're just phenomenal when they choose to be. And Vete Esports, not really the best when it comes to the early stages of the game. And you're comparing it to a team that has been absolutely popping off, which is going to be the Radicals as well as Govilum Wolves, where any team that they really are going in the hunt for, they will usually go and take down. Vete Esports chooses not to do so and chooses to go and rotate into the circle early, and so far it just doesn't work out for them.
Oh, what is going on? We need to see Ambalori and Funky, because I think they're just a little too close for comfort here, and I don't know who's the one who's out of their comfort zone. Is it going to be Funky or the most decorated player of the side of Govilum Views, the one and only Ambalori? And yes, Funky does not find a good weapon for himself and decides to move on to the next compound. Why not, right, my friend? Why not? Well, Ambalori is why not. I'm surprised he didn't see Ambalori drop in there right beside him.
who's next have just been making so many questionable plays here so far. But you know what? If you have the code that you have here for the gun crate, you will not have a difficult time, as you will get really good skins, especially for your double vector. If you really just want to show off to your, opponents, right?
Yeah.
You got to go off in style. But speaking of going off in style, Will's already getting that one Emballore. That was just so unfortunate for Funky to really meet Emballore so early. And I want to go back to that conversation, right? Who's next have been getting eliminated so early because they just keep being spread out one by one.
And I understand exactly why they do that, but we just took our eyes off a team who were about to get into a fight. It's going to be Trot WYS and Covilum Views, but WizKid just grabbing that bike and zooming out of there. Or are they zooming directly towards the other players of Trot WYS? Just a little bit of information now being played by the Wiz Child. Santino backs away from the compound. Quarry is going to be left to Trot WYS, but look at this Trot WYS backing away as well. They're like, no, not yet, we're not ready. Both teams not ready.
Please. Good call. That's what you need to do. That's a sign of a really good team. Okay, just go away, don't engage at all, knowing very well that you will lose that engagement. So, Emballore having that one kill. He's on a rampage today. So if you're a team, you need to stop this guy. And once you do stop him, and that's where Wills just crumbles down, because he's been getting a lot of kills. He's been getting the MVP twice in a row now. And now for Purgatory, that is going to be a very interesting gun and a very interesting map for this team as well. Because with Wills, they love this map. Like what I said a while ago, they have 3 wins already here. So you need to step it up if you were Wills.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? And just a fun fact for all of you guys, Emballore just sneaked into the second spot of the player with the most number of MVP titles. Earlier on, it was Tanamo who held on to that title with 3 MVPs. Kanoho, of course, in that first spot with 5 of those MVP medals. These guys are on a collection spree, B.
Yeah, exactly. They're just collecting all of the kills that they want, and they're going to display it. And it's just really impressive to see how Wills has been improving, and knowing very well that they've had a struggle into the latter half, the group stages. And now it's a new dawn, it's a new day, and they really just want to get a lot of these kills. But with Trot WYS just dancing around them ever so slowly, they've been, going into a passive mode a while ago, not really engaging, but it seems like they're ready to go in there for the kill quietly.
Yeah, but they shouldn't, right? Because they drop into this game with, unfortunately, 3 players on their side. Getting a jump on anyone is a bad idea. But now Equinox is on the approach towards Covilum Views as well, which will leave Covilum Views in a sandwich situation, which they can take advantage of. And Trot WYS, even outnumbered, should be able to bag a couple of points. Vindicators as they fight off Ego Oblivion's Eclog from afar gets dropped by Pepper, but Unknown will be able to fire back. Twinkle traded out, but the kills do not come through just yet. Unknown does manage to shut down Twinkle. Ego Oblivions now down by 1 man, and they try to back away. Pepper is going to get shut down as well. Ego Oblivions down by 2, as the Vindicators will be able to aggress up the board as the kill leaders. But just that 2 is not going to satisfy their hunger just yet, Beef. They are on the hunt for yet another.
Pepper going down. He's an essential player for Ego Oblivions. He was basically the MVP for me a while ago, winning the whole lot, getting rid of Emballore. That was such a good play. That guy has really good senses in the game. And now Will Santino already wanting to get rid of Equinox, and that was a really good play for Will to try to go and get some cover instead. And now Equinox firing a lot of these shots. They're going to have a hard time, and here we go. We get to see one player over pushing just a little bit. Now that's going to be unfortunate for Equinox because they keep pushing in 1 by 1.
Covilum Views, Equinox from afar, and now it just seems to be a squad versus squad, mano y mano. Oh, granted, there is a lady in the squad as well. Sorry, Viz. Let's see Covilum Views take on the rest of Equinox. Diffusal from afar. He has most definitely the ability to cover a lot of distance, but if he gets a little too close for comfort, Covilum Views will be able to spray his vehicle to oblivion and catch them off guard. But it's a good move from Equinox. That information will be played. They back away from the situation. The WizKid on that bike as well, just making a lot of noise. And Equinox does not want to have anything to do with this squad in front of them, and they back away from Marble Works.
I like what I'm seeing right now from the teams. Equinox backing down from the fight against Wheels, and the same goes to Trot WIS. And now we get to see Trot WIS just sitting down here, but Axis, with that one person into the vehicle, just gathers that information. Probably shouldn't go down and just go away as soon as possible is what we're seeing right now, so that's good. And you know what, WIS just having 3 players, it's a good thing that they're being put here, knowing very well there's only one player going up against them.
Yeah, I mean, it's good for the teams that they're avoiding each other. It's terrible for you and me because when the action starts, it just turns into pandemonium because way too many of those teams, just crowded in one spot. We saw earlier on that because that's exactly how Trot WIS kind of got knocked out back towards the lobby. But now VPH Velocity taking on the fight against Eva Radicals. Tanamo being forced to back away. And they use the terrain so smartly. Eva Radicals, the game sense as well as the ability to just manipulate their surroundings to their advantage. That is one of the winning recipes for the squad. And now VPH Velocity, they back away into that one small trailer. Binata with the grenades will use up the only one that he has. Pura as well. Janelle from the back. VPH, can they now take this fight up against Eva Radicals in such a small little corner? Phaeton is stuck inside. He is not able to move anywhere at all, but he will not be able to help the rest of his team members. And at the same time, Play sustain his health, but I think that's only going to work to their disadvantage. But Binata and Jonelle, just this duo, a powerful one, shut down the whole of the Eva Radical squad.
Ooh, a reckless push right now, and Eva Radicals being out so early in the game just chooses the wrong opponent to go and play with. And now we're going to be seeing another kind of engagement here. Trot WIS going up against Axis, but then Shanks goes down. Now being Plunky, it's all up to you to go try to save your teammate and gather up the points. And let's see how can they do this. Nabi goes down. Loki is the only person left that can actually go and do this. Oh, it's still very possible for him. He's actually trying to go in there for the save as well, but Bad Child, he's gonna have a very hard time as well. I think Gal, it's all up to him. He's always doing a lot of really important plays for his team.
Yeah, look at who's at the door, right? As Axis finishes off Trot WIS, Bete Esports comes in here to ask a few extra questions. McRory from the side of the trailer, just spraying down all of his opponents. Nathan will be found by McRory's grenade. Let's go. Takes Bad Child out of the equation as well. And Bete Esports, just the biggest winners of this third-party situation, just picking up the final pieces. And now McRory down on the ground. Will Axis be able to find a little bit of revenge? No, says Daemon as he takes Gal out of the equation. Laurie, the final player, taken out as well by the same guy. Daemon has been on fire, but Bete Esports, they've gone in here and preyed on a smaller one. Can they hit the big squads as well? AKO as well as Bloody Head, they face off as the bridge.
There you go. Bloody Heads versus AKO Ligers. That would have been a really good play, but it's a good thing that AKO Ligers just backed away because being stuck here in the bridge is not a kind of situation that you want to be in. Now, Bloody Heads is actually going to be in a really tricky spot because they're going to have to swim into the waters either way, and AKO Ligers just sitting there knowing very well it's either cross the bridge or swim for Bloody Heads. That is such a great play for them, and now they're going to be splitting off, trying to see if 2 players can go and take care of Bloody Heads and 2 players can go in there for the surveillance.
Yeah, Bloody Head, they will not be in such a unfortunate situation just yet because they still have 50 seconds to work with before the zone starts moving in. Even after the zone starts moving in, they still have a few of those precious seconds to make that full rotation around, right? So you see the gameplay that they're trying to go in here with. They do have the crates there in front of them as well. That supply drop will be able to aid Bloody Head. And when they go in there for the swim, straight in towards Marble Works they will be, and potentially knocking on the door of Go Willem Views. And what better way to make their way right back up to the top 3?
That is very impressive to see from Vete, right? And that was a really good start from them, knowing very well that they need to gather up the points. So they're becoming a little bit more aggressive. And we like to see that because they're usually not very aggressive into the very start of the game. But again, it was a smaller fish to actually. And again, if you're going to be, going up against a team like AKO Ligers, that kind of push is, definitely not going to be easy. We've already seen it a while ago, especially VPH Velocity as well, going up against a really big team. Eva Radicals going so early into this game is just mind-blowing. You can see AKO Ligers, they have been, I think, the best team so far, and the only team that could actually stop them was Eva Radicals. And now that they're out of the game, it's gonna be really good for them to try and collect all of these points.
If you ask me, that was quite a GG moment for the players of Eva Radicals, right? I mean, in the first place, their opponent, they were outnumbered because of some unfortunate glue wall plays inside of the trailer. And one guy was just stuck. He couldn't really make a play, but just the power duo was more than required to shut down the whole of the Eva Radical squad, which should force the team to just figure out exactly what went wrong. And when they step into round number 4, they need to fix all of these already, because remember, we only have 6 rounds for everything to be picked up in here. And if they do not make good use of those 6 rounds, they do not get a huge slice of the pie. They still do get invited to the MCP Major Season 3. So that's a blessing in a way, but obviously they're playing in this competition for a specific reason.
That is the money. That is absolutely like the money that can help you get, let's say, the Infinix Note 11S, that can improve your gameplay, right? So yes, all of these teams need to take this in very, very intensely, because every opportunity that you get is going to be 1 point away from you winning, a lot of money. But speaking of a lot of money, these two teams really want to go and back in Wheels and Valor, especially being the MVP 2 in a row. Seems to be like they want to have it as well. And for Fate Esports, this is really good competition. But with Santino taking down Daymoon, they need to go in there for the push already.
Oh, Wizkid just driving right behind them on her bike, and she gets all of the information out of the squad as well. So much of pressure just played in here by Sneaks as well. Daymoon hit by Cryfu from the back. Fate Esports, they are now squished by 2 squads. Govilum Views just starting things off, distracting Fate Esports, and now leaving Bloody Head to finish off all of these players. Daymoon will be taken down, and now Mark from the side, he pulls off the flank to perfection. There is no pinch, but the flank will be more than enough. Forbes all alone, 1 grenade pushed out, but it's not gonna be enough. That just slows Mark down just a little bit, but the sniper will be more than enough to finish off Wayday Esports. Bloody Head, they finish off what Govilum Views started, and now Govilum Views, they're coming back in here to finish off the story. Vindicators, on the other hand, will try to find the players of who's next. It's gonna be the one and only Unknown, but he has to deal with the glue walls, and the shotgun from Tokyo does not manage to fire off fires enough, and the double vectors with the DPS finds him out back to the lobby.
Who's next just really having a very hard time, and the Vindicators seem like they are at a really great start. As we can see here, Eklog does go down those Hawkeye, having a really sharp eyesight going in there very far away. Eklog needs to have help from his teammates, and it's a good thing that he does. But then right behind them is going to be AKO Ligers trying to make a very big entrance.
Oh, Cheers now on the ground. Are they going to get punished for this? No, he gets saved by the one and only Toby. Zeo now on the ground. Vindicators getting punished and just getting squished by the players of AKO. Just almost gotten taken out of that conversation, but he will be saved in the nick of time. And AKO right back in here, full squad. Eklog now pressured down. Toby finds the kill. Vindicators eliminated, and Zeo will not be able to do much in all of that situation. All he does is crawl around and watch his team members get shut down. Bloody Head, as they try to continue this conversation with the players of Govilum Views, is going to be a terrain that is very well played, and the Great Wall of Purgatory standing before these two teams. Mark with that long range engagement, the sniper doing really well, but will be able to find a hit mark as well before that glue wall gets pulled out, and the penetration coming through from the sniper, more than cool enough. And the AWM will continue to damage all of these players, and Govilum Views, they try to finish the story, but it looks like the players of Bloody Head just a little too strong.
Ooh, Mark the sharpshooter. Here we go. And there's a reason why his name is Mark, because it is short for marksman, and Empalor is going to be in trouble at the moment. As you can see here, he's just taking a lot of the shots going down. It all takes one person to just save all of the members. You can see they're all just bunched down at the moment, and Mark is just having the time of his life, knowing very well that the terrain is going to be at their advantage. All up to one person. Wiz is all down and about. It's all up to Wiz to try and go and make a difference, but obviously Bloody Heads is just a little bit too good at the moment. They need to reposition themselves just a little bit. I feel like at this moment they should have pushed them a little bit aggressively.
Mark just basically did everything on the side of Bloody Head. Now, Mark himself on the ground. Is he gonna be able to get picked up? AKO Liger shut down by VPH Velocity. And Govilum View still alive and kicking as VPH now will be able to hold onto the zone and be at the corner of the next one as well. Equinox gets wasted, and it is Views who's knocked down. Santino down on the ground thanks to the save zone. Bloody Head still keeping an eye on them, and Morgana finishes them off. Bloody Head with the final nail in the coffin. And now two teams take on each other. Bloody Head going up against VPH Velocity. Bloody Head outside of the zone, but they have 20 more seconds to get right in. But before doing that, all of the team members just try to make sure all of their HP top right back up. They need to plan their trajectory in towards that final zone as well. Use the terrain to their best advantage and not waste those blue walls just yet.
This is the showdown that I've been waiting for. Bloody Head versus VPH Velocity, always going head to head. And now all of them are basically in a really good spot because they're at opposite ends where they can both take each other down. But then I feel like Bloody Head just has a little bit of an advantage going into that side of the hill. And now you get to see one player going and overextending very much. I feel like that one person is going to be Cryfu that can actually go and do the backstab.
Oh, Phaeton! Oh, my lord! Phaeton with a good nade towards Cryfu. But Cryfu does manage to pop one on him first before getting taken down. Cryfu almost out already. The zone will take care of him. Karloy needs to defend himself. Yes, pulls up the glue wall, but the glue wall is absolutely useless against a few grenades that fall in towards the back. Karloy now down on the ground. One final player on the side of Bloody Head. The one and only Morgana turns around with the shotgun, but unable to do much against VPH, who finish off with style.
And there you go. And style is utmost essence here because Phaeton, Ritus, Janelle, and Benato wins their first booyah of the day. And I'm so happy because these guys, they deserve it. They don't want to be in the middle. They want to get a lot of money right now. So for VPH Velocity, what a very good start. And honestly, like going up against Bloody Heads, because they've been going up against this team and they've always been going head to head. Like going, like really just wanting to get a lot of those kills because they've been really consistent in the competition here so far.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And VPH Velocity, along with Bloody Head, both of these teams not really, having a position to shout about in the competition so far after 2 rounds. But in this 3rd round, they've managed to work their way up. Great stuff coming for them. And, when it comes to all of these bigger teams, they fell a little bit too early. But that's exactly what we promised you. You get to expect the unexpected at the grand finals where everything is out for the taking in these 6 rounds. And it looks like everybody's equally as hungry. Even players like Ego Oblivions, they do not want to go down easy, B.
Yeah, I mean, they were taken down like fairly late into the matchup, so that's still a lot of placement points. And I'm pretty curious like how many kills they actually were able to get. And now another team that I really want to talk about, which I thought was gonna do a little bit of a better job, was Govilum Wills, because in the beginning, we got to see them just like doing a good job, and I think they only had like 2 kills to their name. But into the event where they were going up against Bloody Heads and Vaytay Esports, yes, they were in a prime position to take out Vaytay, but Bloody Heads helped them out just a little bit. And in that moment, I feel like they should have rotated away or maybe even a better position because they were out in the open. So Bloody Heads just had the opportunity to just take them out so easily.
Pinata and Ritus on the side of VPH Velocity just doing a lot of work out there as a deadly duo, shutting down the whole side of Eva Radicals. And it was not a good situation for Eva Radicals to be caught in because they were the aggressors. They were the ones who set up the ambush, but it just kind of played against them. Axis, they tried to finish off Trot WYS, but it happened the other way around. But as Trot WYS got shut down, Vaytay Esports were on the ground knocking on the doors. Axis couldn't really sustain all that too far in, and Vaytay Esports, they got them clean. Vaytay Esports right after, as they try to back away, it was Bloody Heads who finished them off, like you said. Govilum View starting that fight, allowing Bloody Heads to pick up the kill points, but that was the moment where Govilum View should have ran in and picked up those third-party situation points.
Exactly, and instead of going into the circle early and having a better position and not just that, more cover, Bloody Heads was able to utilize that hill and really just take them out one by one. And now you get to see the final circle going down. VPH Velocity going up against Bloody Heads, but you already know that they have the better side because, you know, you get to see them have a better vantage point. And not only that, they were just on fire already into the beginning, just taking out Axis and no, actually it was going to be Eva Radicals as well. So again, a really great start for VPH Velocity. And now I'm excited to see the round standings that we have here. And obviously number one, 22 kills. 10 points already to their name. I wonder who got the most kills in their team.
Oh yeah, crazy stuff out of VPH Velocity, right? You know, it has to be either Binada or Ritus because they were just absolutely crazy. I will not be surprised if they were quite equal towards the end with the number of kills that they picked up for themselves. Bloody Head in that second spot, 16 points. Not too shabby at all because earlier on they were in the 6th place. And like we talked about it earlier on as well, when we looked at the overall standings, just a couple of points shoots you straight up a few more of these positions. So really good job here by Bloody Head to get that second spot and 7 kills throughout all of that. Vindicators moving up as well. The 3rd place they take for themselves with 13 points overall, 11 points for the side of Govilum Views. This time around mostly coming through from placement, only 3 of the kills they could secure for themselves. And AKO Ligers, they bomb out a little too early, but thankfully they were sandbagged with those 5 kills they got for themselves initially. With 10 points, they finished this round. Equinox in that 6th place with 8 points.
And now with Vete Esports, this is probably one of the most surprising performances that we've seen here today. It's kind of like a fall from grace, right? Because we're already at our halfway point and we all get to see them in the middle of the pack where we never get to see them into the group stages, only with 6 points already. And I don't get to believe that they're sandwiched between Axis and Equinox at the moment. You'd like to expect that Vete Esports would be closer to the likes of AKO Ligers, VPH Velocity, and Govilum Wills, but that's not the case here so far. And another team that's very surprising at the very bottom, Eva Radicals as well. So while we go through like all of the teams that are in between them, that's going to be Ego Oblivions, who's next in Tron WYS. They've been struggling here so far, and Ego Oblivions, even though they had that booyah a while ago, seems like they're going to be struggling here. And speaking of a struggle, Eva Radicals needs to go and pick up the points because this 0 points, that will hurt now that we're into our midway point.
Yeah, and Ego Oblivions just needs to watch themselves here a little bit because like we discussed earlier on, they managed to find a few of those placement points for themselves, but not focusing on those skills at all allowed Vete Esports as well as Axis, although placing lower than Ego Oblivions, being able to climb right on above them, right? And in just a situation like this where we've got 6 rounds to do your best, that's just not enough. Vindicators Unknown picking up the MVP for round number 3. It's good to see the Vindicators finally rising up little by little. Hopefully they will be able to continue this momentum. 4 kills overall with 1,265 damage. Not a lot to shout about, but if they can meet that consistency that this particular Grand Finals demands, then the Vindicators should be able to book a ticket perhaps to the MCP Major Season 3.
Exactly, and the Vindicators are finally vindicated, having a very comfortable 3rd place. So that's going to be very impressive because they were 10th a while ago into our match number 2. So they just need to keep it up because they're doing a little bit better and better. And it's really those moments where, okay, you're getting better at what you're doing and now just keep it up because you get to see bright spots like this. But hopefully, you know, they translate it, especially with the guidance of Unknown that can have a lot of kills. And now you're looking at a team that has been going down a notch, which is going to be Vete Esports. So we get to see a little bit of a, I feel like it's an, I don't know, it's like an opposing thing, right? Teams that were doing good a while ago and they're just not doing the greatest right now. So hopefully this reset going back into Bermuda will be a little bit better for those teams.
Yeah, you know, it just goes back to what we were discussing at the start of the show, where it's something that we should be expecting in the day here, right? Because just like what we saw during the Free Fire Challenges Malaysia Season 1 Grand Finals yesterday, the big squads, the big teams, they just were not hitting hard. And it just seems to be a repeat as we drop into the Challenges Philippines as well. AKO Ligers, they stick on with their number 1 spot, But as you can see, the other teams are catching on, and Bloodyhead, with just that one performance, they launched themselves into the third place now with 34 points, specifically 10 points behind AKO Ligers, who are in that number one place. So with 3 more games to go, anything can happen, and Bloodyhead most definitely a team that is capable of getting up to the top, especially if they continue performing in the way that they have in the past rounds. But VPH Velocity is, sorry, not the past rounds, just the past round. VPH Velocity in the 4th spot with 31 points. Ego Oblivions making their way to the top as well. 5th place they have for themselves with 27 points, equaling Beta Esports, who is in the 6th. And the biggest surprise is Eva Radicals, the radical ones sitting down in quite a radical position, 7th place, 24 points, 20 points behind AKO Ligers.
That could have been a really big game for Eva Radicals to win, right? Having 0 points just hurt them that badly. And a while ago, they were doing such a phenomenal job, right?
Yeah.
And it's just so sad to see, because for a team like AKO Ligers, who has been like very consistent into the game, they have definitely been bringing a really big deal and a really rack of points for them. And Eva Radicals, they've been placing 3rd ever since the 1st and 2nd, and now they're dropping off to 12th. That is something you don't want to do. You could have been easily 4th and 3rd place just from that one round, and now having that 0, this is a lesson not only for this team but for everyone else who might actually go and get a lot of these points. But you know what, that is a lesson learned. But now we need to move on into the next round, because we're going through this pretty fast, AJ.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Equinox, Vindicators, Axis, Trot, WYS, and Who's Next just wrapping up the overall standings at the very bottom. But just like how one unfortunate round pushed Eva Radicals down, and it had the capability of doing that, one solid round from the Radical squad can throw them right back up to the top. And that's exactly how crazy things can get in here. We cannot rest. We cannot take our eyes off of them. You guys shouldn't take your eyes off of them. Speaking of which, how about instead of just not taking your eyes off, you bring more eyes in, because we are trying to unlock some crazy giveaways for ourselves.
Absolutely. We've already reached 1 achievement. It's going to be 3,000 viewers. Thank you so much for that. But I believe we can do better. 5,000 is up in the horizon. The baseball cap is already calling your name, Free Fire fam. And not only that, right after that, 10,000 viewers. That is very doable. We believe in you. And obviously, you can pull on a lot of your friends into the equation right now. Not only that, bring in your family as well. Spam this in your group chats. Because you know what? At the end of the day, not only are we going to be crowning the Filipinos, we're also going to be crowning whoever can get all of the codes.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. On that note, we're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, this action continues in the second half of the grand finals.
It's time to shine. Gotta give 'em what you got. Gotta show them all you want.
Hello, my name is Kyle Kamura, my in-game name is Tanamo, and I'm the team captain of Eva Radicals. I'm a dog lover because sometimes they are my stress reliever. I played my first game when I was 8 years old.
Like a boss.
I like playing Free Fire because it is very competitive, intense, and fun to play with friends. Free Fire is very interesting to play since most of the places in the maps are adopted from different countries and the skins and characters are incredible. My most memorable booyah was during the grand finals of MCP Majors Season 2. I lost hope that our team could get the booyah since 2 of my teammates got killed in the early engagements, but thanks to the grenade launcher from the airdrop, we managed to get the booyah with 11 kills. Before, I was just playing Free Fire for fun. Not until I saw many players from around the world joining in different international tournaments. Ever since that day, I started to be competitive, and that's why I'm here proving that Free Fire has something for me. By knowing myself on what or where I am capable of. I practice a lot in my weaknesses so that I can perform well in my games. I also listen and accept advices from other people to sharpen my decision making. Exciting because that's the time we build and strengthen our relationship in terms of exchanging our ideas on how we will execute our different skills in the battlegrounds. Rise and shine in FFCP. Tara Free Fire, be the difference.
Hey. Okay.
Like boom, 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 boom. Hit me like boom, 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 boom.
Blast, full power, focus on the top, get better by every hour. All of this fighting and fighting is heavy. Cutting back the fear like we a gang of machetes. Chop, chop. We see the challenge, we smile, we got confidence.
Welcome back to the Free Fire Challengers Philippines, where we crown, by the end of the day, one Filipino team that can go and win 400,000 pesos. And here so far, we've already had 3 teams win. Different teams, by the way, that have been impressing us ever since this day started. My name is Beef Mom, and here with me today is the beautiful AJ Mustachio that has been bringing us amazing play-by-play.
Thank you, Beef. And you know what? All of this action was anticipated all throughout the league stages. We just saw the standings getting shuffled on a daily basis. There was just no one supreme king all throughout the competition. In fact, even AKO Ligers, the ones who finished off in that number 1 spot, they weren't reigning in the number 1 spot. As a matter of fact, they were never in that number 1 spot all throughout the 8 days of the league stage. It's just that on that one final day, they hit, and they hit so hard that none of those other teams could come and catch up with them. But it's not just that, it was the build up towards that momentum, and which is what now makes me fear for the safety of the other teams out here, because if AKO is hitting hard from the get-go, it just means that these guys have been hiding a lot of these strats that are not out there. And you know what? Strats aside, you need to have great hardware as well, and that's exactly what the sponsors of our show is giving you. Infinix Mobile is the official sponsor of the Free Fire Challenger Philippines Season 1. Fire up your game today with Infinix's best-selling gaming smartphone, the Infinix Note 11S.
Y'all just need to get this because the Infinix Note 11S is a powerful smartphone powered by the Helio G96 Ultra gaming processor. So fire up your game and get this now for only 9,990 pesos. Again, we keep saying this. We really want to get our hands on this, play some Free Fire on it, because we know we will have an advantage over all of the people that, you know, don't have as a superior device as this one, because you can have really good strats, but if your phone can't handle your greatness, nothing's gonna happen.
Absolutely. And you know, for a lot of budget setups, this phone most definitely can pay you a lot of dividends as well, right? Because you get one phone as your main camera if you want to become a streamer, and then you get the other phone to play games. That's it. You've got a budget streaming setup already to break into the world of streaming. It's absolutely insane what technology, how technology can bring us all of these fantastic opportunities these days. Speaking of fantastic opportunities, it is still out for the taking. The title of the king of the Philippines Free Fire stage, right? Because so far, throughout the whole of the Free Fire Challenges Philippines Season 1, there has been no one brand that has been able to for sure tell us that they're going to be able to snatch this by the end of the day. It's still a guessing game, and your guess is as good as mine.
It's such a different story from yesterday, right? Like against, you know, the Malaysian side of things, or the Philippines. It's a little bit less, you know, predictable, which is good. But you know what? Speaking of predictability, let's take a look at the codes that we have here for today, because we already know we won one already. So we have 2 more to go. You can claim it right now. Take a screenshot, send it to your friends, because you deserve
Absolutely, because we've already gotten the Extreme Adventure Gun Crate, 4 of those as a matter of fact. The red baseball cap gets unlocked at 5,000 concurrent views and at 10,000 concurrent views, which is the 3rd and final target of the day. we get to unlock for ourselves the Grenade Matryoshka skin, and it's gonna be absolutely fantastic. Make sure you grab this screenshot already because you will have to redeem it before the show is over. But don't jump out right now. The action is about to kick off in a few seconds. I'm sure there's going to be a small window after the show as well where you can go in and grab it for yourself. The viewers milestone reward, this is something that you guys have been asking for a long time in the comment section. Now's your chance. Help us help you get all of these skins. Help us help you activate these giveaways. Hit that share.
That was a beautiful spiel, man. I'm almost in tears. Help us help you. That I honestly, every time I hear that line, I just get so motivated to do whatever you are telling me to do. Because honestly, like, you should be, you know what? You should be a caster. You should really be a shoutcaster,
I should be a
man.
politician. That's what I should be.
You should
I
be a
don't want to be a
politician.
politician. Never. I love my job. I love it. I love what I do, right? I sit down. Hey, you know what? Let's not get into politics just yet. For now, we have to stick to the land of dreams, right? Not fantasy, the land of dreams, where everybody is dreaming to be that one supreme brand out here on the Free Fire stage, but it's just so hard to grab because even teams like Ego Oblivions, even a team that was struggling to get into the top 12, as a matter of fact, they had to really fight to stay in that 10th spot by the end of the league stages. They managed to show up, and not only show up in one of the strongest fashions. Grab the Booyah on a map that they have never grabbed one before with so many of those skills. And we know they are not really the most aggressive team in the competition. So a lot is happening on this grand finals, Davey.
You're so right. And if we could like paint you a picture, y'all, imagine like a trophy, right? Everyone has their hands on it. Every team from the first to sixth will definitely be able to get that. And now, speaking of a map that we've already seen before, it's going to be Bermuda. And a while ago, we get to see AKO Likers absolutely shine, getting that first Booyah. But who overtook them? It was going to be Govel and Wills getting a little bit more points, even though they were just in the second place.
Absolutely right. And, you know, let's see if or not the Mystery Towers will come into play once again this time around. Like you mentioned, Vete Esports not really getting stuck in that mistake that some of these other teams have shown us at the league stages, because it's a great spot to climb up, get the bird's eye view, get that information of what is around you, and right after you get that information, what you do with it really matters. Whether you get away, whether you go in for that ambush, or whether you just retreat to play a safer game within the next circle, right? It all depends on what your decision is, and decision making is key. And just like the decision of Ego Oblivions to drop into Mars Electric with the one and only bloody head, and this hot drop is not going to serve them well.
Oh, that's not going to be very good. You can see in the outskirts, it's going to be Ego Oblivions, and right where you get to see it. Bloody Heads, and speaking of Cryfu getting that one kill. So again, you're going up against Bloody Heads where you know they can take them out. They were able to take out Wills, which is such an aggressive team. And that's why they're so good, because they can take on that aggression as well. And now for Ego Oblivions, they need to go and back away, which they are doing. Very smart of them to do so, to go and fight them another day. And now speaking of another day where you can go and get a lot of these codes, claim this now. Hurry up before you go and miss it. 3K views, done. You know what's easier? Getting that 5K to get another really good thing, which is going to be that little baseball cap that you get to see over there.
And make sure you guys continue dropping that share as many times as you can, not just on the platform that you're currently watching on. If you're on Facebook, share the YouTube link. If you're on YouTube, share the Facebook link. We are all a family, Free Fire survivors. Help me get this Matryoshka grenade skin, please. It's so cute. I need it. And I know you want it too. Don't lie to me.
Come on, watch this in your PC. Watch one on Facebook. Watch one on YouTube. That's 2 streams for one person. Imagine there's 500 of you watching on YouTube. If you just open it up in another tab in Chrome, that's already 1,000. So you know what? There you go, math. But here we go. You get to see your Ego Oblivion already stuck in a tricky spot. As we can see, one person's going to be far away. And now with Trot WYS here in the Mystery Tower, there is no mystery here. If they get to spot that one person, it will mean the death of Ego Oblivion.
I love the strat coming out from Trot WYS. Why send 4 people up the Mystery Tower so you can get information from 4 sets of eyes? 1 set of eyes is more than enough. The guy can just move around in circles, pay dividends to all of the other teams with a few bullets sent their way, just like what my son is seeing from Shanks right now. Blocky finds my son from the flank, and Trot WYS They play the Mystery Tower to perfection to get this kill for themselves. But how much more will they be able to bag? The rest of the Ego Oblivion squad, Twinkle as well as Jacob, they are going here for a swim because, sometimes when you go in there for a hot drop, you need to cool off.
That is just a bad drop on their end. It's just unfortunate to see it. And with Ego, with the very amazing second game a while ago, that's just really unfortunate to see how much of holes that they need to go and cover at the moment. So they need to regroup. It's still very possible for them to actually go in there for a late game. But, speaking of a team that is actually kind of the opposite right now of Ego Oblivions, Vindicators have been moving up a notch. So they were into that third spot a while ago. So they just need to keep it up at this
Let's
point.
see what else they can bring into these matches. It's a simple strategy, but just a little difficult to execute round after round. And the strategy is really simple, where you get to the final zone, don't make a lot of noise, don't make a lot of sounds, and then just get the kills in that final spot, right? And the impossible thing is not being spotted all throughout, and which is why I was so impressed with the performance of Ego Oblivions in that round that they picked up the Booyah. Because the decision making within that round itself was super sound, back to back from the squad. And that's why at the end of that round, I said, it's going to be nice if we can see this just happening with a rinse and repeat form from the squad, which clearly they could not bring in through. And that's the challenge that a lot of these teams face with. And in the league stages, if you've already gone out there and done all of your experiment, you will be more confident with the strategies that you pull off. But even as I say that, the strategies as of the ones who were full on experimentational, Eva Radicals, still not hitting in here. Nothing the players are expecting is going their way. They all have to depend on the gods of RNG to play their part a little bit here.
It's really up to positioning at this point, and we got to see a really bad start from Eva Radicals a while ago because they chose to go up against a team that had, one, a better position, and two, can also be aggressive as well when, questioned with aggression. So at the moment, they need to choose their cards very well because with those 0 points really was detrimental to their position. And now speaking of positioning at the moment, Equinox going to have a very tough start as well. But now for the fact that they are in a pretty good position, so that's a good thing for them, and BPH Velocity just chooses to back away.
But they can't back away. There's now a light and bloody heads picking up all of these kills. Prideful dropped onto the ground right after getting a knock mark, finishes off the position of Ritus. Now down on the ground, Ritus can't do much as he tries to aggress his way out of that situation, and he gets finished off. The damage has been done, and this time Bloody Head, they get that revenge.
And now the revenge is best served cold because it's always Bloody Heads that keeps winning the fight against BPH Velocity. And now taking a look at that, it's all just 1 versus 4 here. Eva Radicals really want to go in there for that revenge because who gave them the L a while ago? It was BPH Velocity, and now this one player, he needs to play it smart and quiet.
Führer himself is going to go in here for the hunt, and I think it's no more apt way, but Aguilar tries to pull it away from him. Barba steals the kill from both of them. Eva Radicals. And that's why I love these boys, right? They know how to go out there. They know how to have fun. Hopefully not too much of fun, though. Clock Tower held on by Eva Radicals just beyond on Stewards. But it looks like they are getting shot down now. And the players of Bloody Head, Equinox, it looks like it's just a little too close to the proximity of all of these three teams. And Eva Radicals, if they hear all of these gunshots and come knocking on the doors of Factory, they might just be able to walk away big winners. But what sort of Eva Radicals are we going to see here? The passive ones that have now been suddenly brought into the competition, or the Eva Radicals of all? The Radical squad that goes out hunting for those kill points.
All they need to do is just sit by because you can see 2 teams that are pretty much doing a pretty good job, especially with the side of Bloody Heads, just getting rid of a lot of VPH Velocity players. It's so interesting to see because Bloody Heads, I feel like the kryptonite right now of VPH Velocity is actually Bloody Heads. And for Equinox, they've been having a lot of questionable plays with Zhao always being the stray. And it's a good thing now they're finally just sitting together, being a duo, just splitting up together, but always with the assists. So they just need to stay put and let Bloody Heads go in there for, a mistake. But knowing Bloody Heads here so far, they've been doing a really good job at a lot of really tight plays.
Let's see what sort of a play they can whip up this time around, as the players of Equinox are not going in for a pinch, pincer, not really going in for a flank, just holding on to their own compounds, right? And sorry, unfortunately, is sorry to the rest of his team members because he can't really get out of that watchtower, so he's kind of stuck. And you know Bloodyhead will have that solid long-range engagement on them, which will be a problem to deal with. Vindicators keeping an eye on Ego Oblivions as they make their way towards the next zone. And Ego Oblivions, they don't really have to worry all that too much because the damage out of the zone isn't going to be one that they cannot tank. But with two of those players from the Vindicators as well, kind of keeping an eye on them, and two more on the bridge waiting for these players to reach, it might just be the end for the squad.
Ego Oblivion's at a very unfortunate spot where the Vindicators have the upper hand of just closing them into the circle, and now it's all up to one person to try to go and have those placement points, and now the Vindicators are on the hunt for that last player of the Ego Oblivions, and now it's still a stalemate at the moment. Equinox versus Bloodyhead, but finally we get to see an engagement here. One person can actually go and make a difference. Morgana throws in that grenade. Just a little bit of damage from Zhao. It's a good read from Zhao, knowing very well there might be a grenade right around the corner, and now Morgana goes around the wall, tries to spot a lot of these players, gathering that information, tries to relay it to their teammates to go in for the push.
Let's see what sort of a flank they can now set up for the players of Equinox, because Bloodyhead, they are now getting into a proper defensive position to launch a counter-attack as Equinox now tries to storm the front of Factory. They will be blessed with the zone as well, so Bloodyhead, they most definitely can set up a ambush here for the players of Equinox, who are quite insistent on taking this fight on against them. Go Willem views with the long rotation from Rimnam Village towards Factory might just be the third party that Bloodyhead do not want to see in there, and Agila might be able to hold them back first with a few stray shots, but all of this is just speculations. That's exactly what breaks out as .WYS finds the Vindicators outside, and they try to spray them down, and the bridge most definitely not a safe spot. Cyborg and team jumping off of the bridge, but thankfully they will not get taken down by their own death leaps there. They all walk away with their lives. No pickups just yet, but Blocky, he has got quite the advantage in terms of verticality, and he sprays down Zeo. Great glue wall being pulled out, but they will be able to shut down his glue wall. Eklog from the back as well. Not able to play a lot, but Unknown manages to get the backstab onto Blocky, and Trot WYS, they suffer the first blow.
Vindicators still somehow getting most of their team, and for Trot WYS, them over-pushing, them going into the side of Vindicators just showed of how much of a mistake it is. Chance going down, and it's going to be a 2v4 situation up in here where it should have been Vindicators at the disadvantage. It's a different team that we like to see, and now WYS eliminated, and the Vindicators.
Triple kill.
I do not know how they won that.
Yeah, I love it.
I do. WYS, they just went down even though they had the advantage, because all the Vindicators could do was push in, and all WYS had to do was just...
Yeah, it was such a solid plan from the Vindicators, right? First off, jumping off the bridge, and what happens then is the players of Trot WYS have got no information at all on the movements of these players, and they make sure two of those players stay there as a decoy, pulling up those glue walls, not fighting back. And whilst all of that is happening, they do have the one and only Unknown, their star player, pulling off the flank. He has the double vectors. He just needs the close range combat, right? The close quarters combat. The moment he gets up in your face, it's going to be the double vectors game. Sprays down his opponents. Just absolute perfection of a shutdown from the Vindicators. And now, the third party that we were not really expecting to aggress into Factory just yet actually makes their way there very, very quietly. Bloodyhead just staying in wait. Nobody's firing off just yet. Axis keeping an eye on who's next, as well as Embalori finally opens up the shots against Morgana, taking the game up against him, cooking up that nade as well. Morgana repositions himself in the nick of time, so there's not going to be much damage there, and Embalori needs to go in there for that long flank. Wiz, on the other hand, finds Morgana from that left flank, and this is what we are talking about. Go Willem Hughes putting the pressure on.
And there you go, speaking of pressure, it's going to be Wills all over again, trying to apply that as well, just waiting for her teammate teammates to try and go in for the backup, and Morgana takes the brunt of the force of Wills. And now Embalor needs to find a way to get that opening pick, which he usually does. And that's a good thing that they're going to be repositioning at the moment. And you can see here, Bloodyheads is actually going to be really surrounded with Embalor having his teammates behind his back. And it's just a back and forth at the moment.
It's a counter attack by Bloody Heads that they are trying to set up now. They don't pull off a pincer. They are going for a full-on flank with the rest of those team members. 3 players going in for the flank. And Govilum Views, they reposition themselves, suckering in all of the players of Bloody Head. And I believe that was a decoy, but unfortunately it works against Govilum Views. Wiz now down on the ground. Embalore, can he save his team member? Sneaks tries to sneak away. Embalore, their star player, the one and only final player left in this mix. And he tries to play a game of survival. A great glue wall laid down, but he's finished off by the one and only Morgana. And that was just unfortunate for Govilum Views as they tried to strike against the heads of Bloody Head. Unfortunately, they got suckered in and counterplayed. That counterattack was absolute perfection, and Factory still remains the home of Bloody Head, but not for long now as they need to go in search of the next zone B.
Everything changed when Bloody Heads actually tried to go up and get that advantage, because it was a stalemate. Like, everyone of the Bloody Heads and also for Wills, they were trying to shoot each other, but then no damage was being done. And the moment that one member of Bloody Heads tried to go in there for a better view, that's when everything just went down. One player after another, Wills going down. And speaking of going down, MV Nasty is going to be going down as well, but it's a good thing that he puts down that glue wall just in time. Whew. Wills going down so early is just so surprising, because they did so well a while ago into the Bermuda map.
You have some rounds where the underdogs rise up. You have some rounds where the top dogs just snatch the plate right back because they are hungry and they need to eat as well. Eva Radicals from the back might be able to play some pressure onto Vete Esports. Equinox, on the other hand, keeping an eye on Bloody Head, just making sure they are gate kept, not able to make it through to the next site. The safe zone now pressuring all of them, putting the heat and putting the hurt on all of these players. Not only do the medkits need to be played, but they also need to play the glue walls well. Mark shut down too early, which means long range engagement for the side of Bloody Head immediately shut down. They can only take these close fights, and they get into the next zone already. Morgana down by the zone, and of course helped out by the bullets of the players of Equinox as well. But Equinox needs to finish them off right now before Bloody Head recover from this attack.
Equinox patience pays off, and now the fact that they waited for Bloody Heads right now and fresh off of a fight is just so great. This position is just so prime, and just like that, Bloody Heads eliminated already. VPH Velocity also out of the equation, and now Beta Esports looks like they want to get rid of Eva Radicals as well. And we see here 2 Giants just absolutely battling things out, and Fear's the only one left in his team that can go and try to save them.
And Vete Esports with Let's Go and his sword of shotgun pops it right through their chest. And Vete Esports, their position was stormed upon and they hit back really hard. Eva Radicals had nothing on them. Hawkeye will be able to find Laurie with the trap mine, and it just looked like the trip mine caught him in the most unfortunate of situations. 2 players dropped, and Axis make that exit as Who's Next finds them in their crosshairs. AKO taking the fight up against the Vindicators, and a lot of their players, they do have that vertical advantage, and a lot of the players from the side of AKO, they need to go in for the save as well. Cheers down on the ground. Toby trying to get it done, but Unknown steps on behind them, and yes, Eklock pulls out the grenade launcher as well. Ganoho, can he save the squad? The most decorated player of a Free Fire, now in the most unfortunate situation. Cooks up the grenade, but has to deal with a player. Pulls out the glue wall as well. Unknown trying to spray him down with the double vectors. Ganoho pulls out the UMP. SMG versus SMG. Meta or not, who's gonna be able to get this? The nade gets popped once again. Look at him managing those players who are coming in for the flank as well. But oh no, the glue wall pulled out. Ganoho still sustaining. Eklock almost taken down. Jaboy was shut down, but AKO, they make that exit.
The comms was just not super clear with AKO Ligers when Kanoa was dealing that damage. Jaboywa wasn't there to help out with the assist, and now they're gone. But then one more team that has been wanting to go in there for the kills, as well as Vete Esports with Let's Go with a triple kill, and that's a really good start. But then for them going up to climb up the hill, it's going to be very hard, as the whole team of Equinox is just right below them, and Damewood and Let's Go is the only ones left here in Vete that can go and try to make a difference for them.
This go. Final player left on in here. Is he going to be able to secure the booyah? The Vindicators are outnumbering all of the other squads. Who's next taking the fight up against them? And the Vindicators really eyeing for that number 1 spot now. Earlier on, they were struggling in the competition, and we did talk about that just a little bit, Beef. But now they hit, and they hit hard from that 9th spot. The Vindicators looking to pick up, at the very least, the 5th place. That booyah secured, and they will most definitely be proud of their performance. Eklog with a 7-kill rampage in this game for them to pick up the booyah. There's no way another team is going to overrun their position in that number 1 spot in this lobby.
Eklog was definitely the MVP because he was over pushing a while ago, going up against a very strong team, going against Kanoho and Jaboywa. And he still managed to win that. It's just amazing to me that this team has been doing such an amazing job game after game. Game number 1 wasn't that good. Game number 2, not that good too. But then they got the 3rd place last game, and now they finally got their booyah. That is just so amazing, and I really want to see the overall stats because they're definitely going to bump it up.
And this is the unfortunate situation here when it comes to the Free Fire Challenges Philippines Season 1. We have way too many teams who are close to each other in terms of the mechanical capabilities. And you know what it comes down to at the end of the day is the decision making out there on the battlefield, right? What sort of a fight do you choose for yourself? How long can you sustain out on the battlefield? Truly depends on the strategies. But when you get into a gunfight, it almost drops into a 50-50 automatically. And Vindicators this time really proving that as they find that number 1 spot with quite a lot of kills on their side as well. I mean, as impressive as Ego Oblivions were in the round where they picked up the lot.
This is such an amazing round for the Vindicators because this shows you how good they are. I think it was around into that 4th circle where Trot WYS was up in that tower, and I know we're not talking about the highlights yet, right? Okay, here, speaking of the highlights, it's coming up because I want to see it again because the Vindicators wasn't even supposed to be here in the first place, but that last-minute decision to jump off the bridge was just absolutely key for them to win.
Oh yeah,
this round.
absolutely, man. And you know, Eager Oblivions, unfortunately, initially as they try to spot Trot WYS played the information from that mystery tower really well. Bloody Heads, on the other hand, they held on to Factory with their D alive, and they found VPH Velocity as they were trying to walk on in there. Vindicators, they managed Trot WYS because Trot WYS, they continued playing that game of information, but as they tried to go in for that over-aggressive push on the Vindicators, it was just perfection from the side of Unknown. I mean, Eklog managed to get the MVP for himself with 7 kills. Unknown already had 3. They clearly had way more than 10 kills at the final circle, right? I mean, this is insane, the kind of performance Vindicators were able to chug out in this round.
Absolutely, and speaking of a really good play from Bloody Heads right now, it was a stalemate at the beginning up against Govilam Wills, but the fact that Mark had to go up into that container was the play for them to win that engagement and eventually just eliminating Wills so early into the game. And now, with the final circle going into, honestly, I was so surprised because it was AB Ligers. I keep talking about this because I can't get over it. It was just Eklog versus AB Ligers, right? It's basically Kanoho versus Jaboywa, a really good tandem, but for some reason, the communication just wasn't there because when you can see them just getting a lot of these shots, Jaboywa wasn't there for the assist because you can see that Eklog, he only had a few HP left, but then they didn't go in for the push. They didn't finish the job, and that's the reason why they're at number 1 with 24 total points, 12 kill points, the most out of everyone here, I think, so far, and also the 12 placement points. So that is just so impressive from a team that was into a very tricky spot a few games ago.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And now they will be able to launch themselves up pretty much to, I believe, somewhere around the 5th or 6th spot, which is a good climb. By the time you reach match number 4, you have 2 more rounds in here, but it's the focus on consistency when it comes to the grand finals, because if you cannot keep it up, you never know exactly what's going to happen, right? I mean, even the team of AKO Ligers this time round, they pick up the 5th spot. Like you said, they got into a very tough situation there where you expected the star player, the most decorated player of the side of AKO Ligers, the one and only Kanoho, to be able to maintain his position and shut down his opponents. It was an over-aggressive Eklog as well as Unknown who stepped in to ask really, really big questions. And my oh my, those questions were so spot on, it caught the players of AKO Ligers off guard. Vete Esports in that second spot with 15 points overall is not too bad, as Vete Esports continues looking for opportunities to climb up the leaderboard. We know they've been struggling in here so far, but with the players of Eva Radicals and Go Willem Views really struggling in this round, this is the opportunity as they perform. Who's next? What a change from the previous rounds. They managed to grab the third spot this time, Beef.
Yeah, very impressive. And they always are into the bottom of the set, so that's going to be very impressive for them. And now they only have 2 games left to try and, you know, catch up with the points. Bloodyhead getting that 10, AKO Ligers again with that 10, and Equinox with another one. So AKO Ligers, it's impressive because they keep getting double digits every game that they play, so there's still some sort of consistency, but they are going down a notch, so they need to change some sort of play here. You know, Eva Radicals, they've been really going down game after game, and that's going to be very important for them to really just have another mindset going into a map like Kalahari, where you know that they can go and perform. Axis having that 5, VPH Velocity going down very early, and unfortunately going up against their mortal enemy, that's going to be Bloody Heads, only having 2 points to their name. Trot WYS and Ego Oblivions having 1, and take a look at that, Go Willem Wills having that Etlo.
Yeah, I believe Bloody Head has managed to now launch into the second place already, but they're still 10 points behind AKO Ligers, and one solid booyah from the side of Bloody Heads will be able to secure this particular competition, the grand finals for them. Let's see if they can get that done, or at the very least it will secure that number 1 spot, because you never know, right? It seems to be changing match after match after match, and by the time we get into match 6, it might just be a totally different story. But overall, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the leaderboard. Of course, towards the bottom, once again, just to recap: Equinox, Eva Radicals, Axis, VPH Velocity, Trot WYS, Ego Oblivions, as well as Go Willem Views at the very bottom. And for match number 4, once it concludes, you would expect to see some sort of consistency from the teams that are picking up the booyah. But no, we have got unique winners on each and every single one of the rounds that we have had so far, Beat.
This is way more unique than I actually thought. I thought by this point into round number 4, there would be at least one team that will have 2 booyahs, but no, that is not the case. And that is the story that is being told here in the Philippine side of things, where all the teams are just like that good that you don't have just one dominating team like what you saw yesterday into the Malaysian side of things. And I mean, that's a pretty different, because I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing quite yet. Either one, the competition is just really good. Either 1, the competition's really good, or 2, the Philippine teams are just not that consistent, right?
You know, there's just 2 ways to look at it, right? You are most definitely right. It's either that the mechanical capabilities here are just so equal that it's so hard for them to find a spot, or the Malaysian side just has some Supreme Kings that are way too untouchable at the moment. We will find out at the MCP Majors Season 3 for sure. AKO Ligers, as anticipated, they maintained that number 1 spot, 54 points, 44 for the side of Bloody Head, still 10 points behind them. Vete Esports is 2 points now behind Bloody Head, 12 points behind AKO Ligers. All of a sudden, it's possible for Vete Esports to be that number 1 team again. Vindicators in that 4th place with 39 points, alike with Go Willem Views, who have that 5th spot for themselves. And VPH Velocity, they stick at the halfway mark with Eva Radicals with 33 and 30 points consecutively.
The shuffle is just really, you know, this is reality for some of the teams that have been into the top and now being bumped down. And now Eva Radicals are one of those teams where they were bumped down very much. Coming in from a pretty uncomfortable spot in 7th place, they need to do a different game here. Equinox having that 29, even Ego Oblivions bumped down into the 9th spot as well with 28 points. Axis with the 19, and who's next as well. And Trot having just a mere 8 points, not having the best of days. And so we just really want to talk about Eva Radicals at the moment, because that 0 points was just so hurtful for them, and now they're just at the middle.
Eva Radicals is a team that I have been counting on to perhaps really pop off in a couple of rounds. And we still have, what do you know, a couple of rounds. 2 solid booyahs by the Radical squad. will be more than enough to secure that number one spot and put all of the other teams to shame. But will they be able to secure something as elusive as that? This is the overall standings, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that is just so shakeable at a moment's notice. Equinox, Ego Oblivions, Axis in the 8th, 9th, and 10th spot. Who's Next and Trot WYS really struggling throughout the competition.
Oh, and take a look at that. Eklog with the 7 kills, but the assist having an Etlog as well. Hit rate 35% and damage of 1,672. Now, this guy has been so impressive in this round because he's been doing such solid plays that, we already know he's been, a very good member in his team, but it just showed here. This is the highlight of his career here so far. The fact that they were able to get a booyah, and this guy just, the guy has absolute guts because he went up against Kanoho and Jaboywa 1v2 going down the hill, very aggressive, and just if he goes up against more people like that and if he can win it, that is a force to be reckoned with.
Oh yeah, absolutely, Red, because so far only Unknown has been standing out for the side of Vindicators. Yes, Zyborg as well as Eklog, they do have their moments out there for the spotlight of their own as well, but it was the consistency out of the decision making when we see Unknown continuously grabbing these moments where it just turns around the trajectory of some of these gunfights for the squad. And as long as you have a player like Unknown changing the trajectory and a player like Eklog finishing off their opponents, Vindicators definitely have a huge opportunity to continue climbing up the leaderboards. And now you guys have heard this a few times already, and you will have to hear it a few times yet again. Why? Because it is the truth. They are our amazing sponsors of all of this chaos that you see out here. Infinix Mobile is responsible, the official sponsor of the Free Fire Challenger Series Philippines. You get to fire up your game with Infinix's best-selling gaming smartphone, the Infinix Note 11S.
And the Infinix Note 11S is a powerful smartphone with the Helio G96 Ultra gaming processor. So fire up your game yet again and get this now for only 9,990 pesos. The perfect Valentine's gift for your significant other. And yes, significant other is definitely a very proper term. But honestly, it's perfect because number one, it's not just, it's not that expensive. It's perfect. You can play Free Fire together if your girlfriend and boyfriend doesn't have it yet, right? It's the perfect gift.
Absolutely. I mean, why would you miss this opportunity? And I'm very sure your partner would be absolutely delighted to get a brand new mobile phone. I mean, who does not like a new mobile phone? Especially when it is a stellar one like the Note 11S itself, right? This is just insanity. Thank you so much for giving that suggestion. I totally forgot Valentine's Day was just around the corner. You're all about the love today, aren't you, Beef?
Of course, I'm all about the love because, my birthday's coming up soon. So I'm just saying, like, it would be really nice to have a Note 11S, right?
You are buying me the Note 11S, so I don't know. I will just assume you meant that message for someone else who's listening to this broadcast right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of things happening because, a lot of things are happening because we're at halfway already, more than halfway into this competition. We've already reached 3K views already. That's really good. Claim it now. Take a screenshot. Go. If you want to type it down, go ahead. Be my guest because I'm pretty sure by the end of this broadcast, we are going to be reaching that 5K.
Okay.
We got to hype this up because at the very end of the day, 400,000 is up for grabs.
Guys, I promise you, I will light up the casting desk together with Beef even further than we already have. Please help us hit the 10K because you know what? After all that begging and pleading, you have already helped us hit that 5K. So congratulations. The red baseball cap belongs to all of us. You get to redeem this right now. Make sure you take a screenshot in a couple of seconds. There it is. Claim it right after this. Make sure for the time being you continue to help us hitting that share button to bring in more of the viewers in here. The moment we hit 10,000, we will be releasing the final skin for that grenade Matroshka skin, and I promise you I will not let you down. Okay, you guys will all be entertained by Beef Mami and the Mustachio. That one we can guarantee you, because the drama clearly is just entertaining us on its own.
Exactly. And the fact that, the drama already translates so well, the fact that we've already reached it by the halfway point, without a doubt, we can reach 10K by the end of this broadcast. And it's going to be really massive
Yeah.
because so far, no team has had a second booyah here so far. Take a look at that 10K views. We're going to basically see at the very end the last of the last to the last second who's gonna win into this tournament.
Absolutely. The Matryoshka grenade for you and for me and the entire Free Fire race, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Only if we hit the 10,000 viewers concurrently on all of the platforms. So just like what Beef Mommy recommended, which is another genius recommendation, to open the stream on multiple browsers on your PC. If you have a mobile phone, it doesn't matter. Smartphones can open up tabs anyway. Okay, so go out there, kick it. Make sure you share this as many times as possible. Continue being active in the comment section because that really helps us too in terms of the algorithm. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for being a part of this and helping us unlock those 2 giveaways so far. You guys are absolutely fantastic. Just a little bit more now for us to hustle on for. And speaking on hustle, 2 more rounds. The other teams, they really got to hustle, B.
Exactly. I mean, the strats need to be on point, not just with the teams, but you guys as well at home, right? Your strats have been working so far when it comes to like the views of this, particular tournament. So just keep it going. And you know what? We're already into our last 2 rounds of the game, like what AJ said. So all the teams need to step it up a notch because it's do or die. And Kalahari definitely is not going to be the easiest map to go into.
Unless you can find some grappling hook for yourself as you're looting early on in the game, then that just makes them, moving around on a map as treacherous as Kalahari, filled with all of these valleys and, little nooks and crannies which you can use as cover. And at this very same time, you will be able to take advantage of those vertical spots, right? The height advantage gives you that bird's eye view as well as that angle to take some pretty nasty headshots. Vete Esports will find themselves a comfortable home within the abode of Santa Catarina as well as Stone Ridge, just bursting out all through that space. They just have to be careful though, because that one player that dropped towards Santa Catarina will have been able to spot Vindicators as well, and VPH velocity will be the one point that forces the Vindicators towards Santa Catarina, because that's 4 versus that 1 that you get to catch up for Vete Esports. So Vindicators, it's all about the decision-making time now. Oh my lord.
Yeah, they need to move really quick at the moment because VPH velocity is right there, but then they need to really be quick because Veta Esports is there to greet them as well. And now, it's a good thing that Bloody Heads have no competition whatsoever here, so a really good start for them, pretty passive. But speaking of not a passive play, why do we keep seeing Trot WYS, which is one player just going astray, just pushing it just a little bit too far? And Plocky, come on, man, you just need to stay put, wait for your teammates, just wait for AKO Ligers to go prowl away.
Yeah, we all have that one friend. We all have that one friend. We all have that Plocky in our squad where we go in for a drop and we tell him, bro, we're going to fly here. He just needed to do one thing, follow the jump leader. Nope. He wanted to be his own jump leader. Plocky, you will learn the tough lesson of what jump leaders who make the wrong decision learn. Glory from the side of Axis, who's next might be able to find a few early bullets here. And the height advantage held on by Axis, played quite well so far at the sub with the trigger discipline, not really catching any of the players of Who's Next just yet. But Hawkeye, look at him. He clearly knows exactly where Laurie is, trying to find an angle on him from behind the containers, but has not been able to do just yet. Bad Child with those nasty shots against Mavsties, not going to be able to get the knock just yet. Repositions himself, but does not have the height advantage. As I say that, he has something called the grappling hook, gets right up on top, and now he's got the bird's eye view.
And now we can see most of the Axis members do have the bird's eye view, but I'm pretty concerned for Laurie because of how far he actually is. If he goes down, none of his members can go in for the health pickup. And now for Who's Next, they can just try to see if they can go and engage in this fight, because knowing very well that the most of the Axis members do have the height advantage. So it's not the best for them to try to go and engage right now. So they need to reposition themselves and probably even wait for Axis to move themselves.
Who will make the first move? Hopefully not Axis. They can't afford it. But then again, it's not like who's next can afford anything more than Axis can at this moment. Both of these teams just struggling a little bit at the bottom. Trot WYS in a position where they will be able to join them as well as they all cry together. But let's see if not these teams will be able to break away from their unfortunate situation at the bottom and climb up to, at the very least, the mid segment of the ranking board by the time we're done with this particular match. But obviously, that is a very hopeful dream, as Who's Next and Axis, both these teams have been struggling all throughout this grand finals day.
A very quiet start in Kalahari at the moment, as we can see here, a stalemate. But it's really up to who's going to be the first move, and seems like Nathan wants to apply that pressure at the moment. They have the perfect spot to go in there for the infiltration, and there you go. Nathan wants to be the first one in, gets in the shots. Hawkeye already into a favorable spot, but no, he doesn't quite get it. He went outside instead, and see, it's really just small moments like that where he shouldn't have went in there for the attack, and now we can see here already Axis having a very good spot here so far. And now quietly, just quietly, Axis tries to go in there for the last few members of Who's Next. But they're not going to find him because it's a good thing that they back away from the situation. It's the most that they can do here. And for Who's Next, it's just really unfortunate to see that from the beginning, just because like Axis had such an amazing positioning already so far. Now taking a look at the other teams as well. Oh, here we go. VPH Velocity versus Eva Radicals yet again try to go and meet. And I'm not quite sure if this is going to be a really good spot for VPH Velocity because of Thanamo having that really good bird's eye view. Gets one, but then Phaeton is also there for the heal as well. So as much as he wants to put in some bullets, he's just not able to go and put that nail into the coffin.
Yeah, he doesn't have many of those grenades to work with, so just needs to be really careful. I like the grenade discipline coming through from Thanamo, but as usual, his decision making is as sound. Aguila, Eva Radicals continues the fight against VPH Velocity. It has not been a easy one to take down. VPH, as they back away, they're feigning a retreat to catch the players of Eva Radicals from the corner, and they manage to pull it off well. But Pura finds them with a good grenade. Govilam Views eliminated by Ego Oblivions. What in the world is going on in this lobby? Ritu's down on the ground. Pura finishes him off. Thanamo will be able to help him out as well. And VPH Velocity, they suffer in the hands of Eva Radicals. And this is all over by the looks of it.
And this is the revenge that we like to see from Eva Radicals, and this is where they need to step it up, and stepping it up they're doing. And VPH Velocity gone so early, and the same as Govilam Wills getting eliminated by Ego Oblivions. That is just madness. And now we get to see it yet again. Another big team going up against Bloody Heads, AKO Ligers, is gonna have a pretty rude awakening if they have a misstep. If they're looking at the kill feed, they know that all of the top teams are going down just one by one, and looks like they are playing it a little bit smarter.
And these are the moments where, as a shoutcaster, we say pretty brave, ballsy things, and I'm gonna make a huge bet on Eva Radicals. And I think they are gonna be gunning for the double booyah, and they will be the first ones to hit that and the only ones to hit that as they do it last minute. Let's see if they can make that prediction come through, as AKO now tries to find an angle on Bloody Head, but it's Bloody Head that has got that height advantage, that vertical advantage taken by them, and Kaloy will be able to pressure Toby the moment he steps out of his defenses. But Toby now not making the mistake, not because he knows where Kaloy is, but because he does not want to get shut down by the two players who are right on top of this tower. AKO, they are in quite a tough spot now, Beef.
Yeah, and AKO, even though that one member, Cryfu, is going to be going down, you can still see that Bloody Head still has the advantage of that height, and they're going to remain this way until maybe at the very end, because they do not want to engage with just 3 men into the team. And now AKO Ligers are at a prime spot to try to go away and have a better spot, knowing very well that Bloody Heads has a pretty good spot on them. But now the Vindicators going up against Vete Esports yet again. We've seen this already before. We've seen the Vindicators do their thing and just get rid of Vete Esports, but with one person going down, it's going to be very hard here.
Okay, the Vindicators taking on Vete Esports. Vete Esports, they don't have much of a compound to work with, but the same thing can be said for the Vindicators. And the one thing that the Vete Esports has that the Vindicators don't is the ability to pull this pincer maneuver. And now once they do manage to execute the pincer, we can all say bye-bye to the Vindicators. Forbit has got the ability to engage long range, and Unknown most definitely needs to continue spraying them down to make sure that pincer maneuver does not get brought forth. But as they all pay attention to Forbits, you need to notice the bottom corner of that mini-map, the flank coming through from the rest of the players from Vete Esports as well. They want to finish off the Vindicators.
Yeah, and the Vindicators right now are at a pretty good spot because they do have this compound at the moment, and the heal is going to be coming along. So Eklog, a very essential player, still has another life, but then gets taken down again by Let's Go. But finally, Time Turner gets pulled out. A really good start, but then they need to go into the other opposite way where they're actually going more further into the side of Vete Esports. And now you can see Vindicators a little bit backed into the corner. They need to wait for Vete Esports to go to them instead. That is the best way that they can go and win this gunfight.
I have never seen anyone drive a tuk-tuk around the map just yet. Someone please pick the tuk-tuk up for my sake and just drive it around. It's super cute. I just want to see it a little bit, but I don't think anyone will satisfy that because the tuk-tuk's just way too open for a vehicle, right? But McRory now with the grappling hook right on top of the roof, but Eklog's nade finds McRory and himself.
And there you go, Damon's the only person left that can go and try to win all of this. But nope, he takes down Eklog, the only essential player for his team. That was a really good nade from Eklog. And unfortunately for the Vindicators, they were backed up into the corner. Only one person can go and try to earn those placement points for him. So all he needs to do is to get as far away as possible from Vete Esports. But now, Ego Oblivion's off to a very hot start, going up against a team like Equinox that have been struggling just a little bit in this competition. But you know what? If it was a team that can go and try to take on Ego Oblivion, it would definitely be this team because they have been in a little bit of a hard time. 8th spot already, going up against a team like Ego Oblivions, which is just at the, had a really good job a while ago climbing into a top spot. So again, it's all up to Equinox to try to gain that point and overtake this team.
Gee, I don't know, Beef. I mean, Ego Oblivions did just shut down Go Willem Views, and now Equinox, as they back away from one danger, they drop right in front. No, I have to say, Eva Radicals drops right in front of them. And now Diffusal, he backs away and into the Alliance Den. All of these players moving on, and yeah, boy, trying to catch a player off guard will not be able to find an angle at all. Fura has his eyes on them. Diffusal finds Fura, knocks him down onto the ground, pulls out the Time Turner, plays that sustainability. Tanamo not able to punish him just yet. Sorry from the back. Pulls out the one and only camouflage just to cut the distance between himself as well as the rest of the players of Eva Radicals. And now Eva Radicals, they back away slowly from this situation. I wonder if they're going to pull the pincer, because if they do, it's a donezo for the side of Equinox.
Exactly, but it's going to be very hard for Equinox to try and go respond to that one, but Eva Radical seems like they don't want to do for that pincer move, and they're actually being backed up in the corner right now. And for Eva Radicals, all they need to do is just push away, because at the moment Equinox has the better cover at the moment, because they do have a lot of walls just trying to cover them. So finally the rotation comes through, and yes, this is what we like to see him. This very big rock going in there. That is going to provide some cover, and eventually the pinch move that we really like to see. And now finally shots going down. Equinox taking a lot of the brunt of basically what Eva Radicals just trying to do in this whole competition. It's just to get more kills, and eventually they will get it if they play it right.
Yeah, absolutely right. Fura just trying to play the terrain to his advantage, trying to spot the players of Equinox and not get spotted himself. Just like what we saw the Vindicators do earlier on, where they jumped off of the bridge and took away the game of information play from their opponents. Eva Radicals now executes the exact same play. So Equinox, they are playing blind. They do not know where Eva Radicals players are, so they cannot aggress on fourth, and they make the right decision to back. Oh, they still one piece them. It's okay. All right. Hopefully they don't end up in a too tough of a situation, right? Because overall, the leaderboard, we have to understand, Equinox sits behind Eva Radicals, but the good thing here is they're just 1 point behind them. Both of these teams are struggling so far, and they want to use each other as a stepping stool to climb on above.
And there you go. Slowly but surely, Eva Radicals trying to go in there for the push against Equinox. And this is the pinch that we like. Tanamo is going to be an absolutely important person there, being the only one far away. And finally, 3 players go in there for the push. And Equinox in trouble. Zhao and Diffusal going down as well. Yaboy and Sorry, the only people left in their team. And there you go, triple kill by Pure. And that is the absolutely amazing play that we already saw coming from Eva Radicals. And this is what they needed.
And they pull that flank off and they strike when the moment calls. And that ambush is just executed to perfection. One player on the side of Equinox just buzzes out of there, wanting to have nothing to do with Eva Radical. 7 kills in here so far. Let's see if my prediction comes true as the most radical ones of the competition try to impress us all. I mean, it will be absolutely insane for Eva Radicals to jump from the 7th spot that they're sitting in right now to the number 1 position in 2 matches. But it is not impossible. They just have to hustle and bring in consistency, one that has not been brought into the grand finals just yet.
It really was that reposition behind the bridge was the biggest play for them, because that's the difference between their play against VPH Velocity, where they went in there knowing very well they didn't have cover and just having guns a-blazing, too aggressive, not thinking about the next move. And speaking of a move that they need to do, they need to keep doing that time after time, and it's been working out here in Kalahari so far. That was such a smart move coming in from Eva Radicals. But now another smart move needs to be played at the moment from AKO Ligers going up against the 2 members of Bloody Heads. Mark goes down. That's going to be troublesome. 1 person left. 2 people actually going into a team that has been killing it lately. But 1 person might actually go in there for the backstab. That's going to be who's next. Just the 1 lone player that can try to go and probably just wreak havoc with just 1 player from AKO. But if he was smart enough, he should just stay put.
Eva Radicals finds their 8th kill in here so far. Barba nails it. Kanoho finds Zeo, and the Vindicators are put out of their misery. And that's going to be bad because currently they sit in the 4th spot and the other teams are way too close to climbing all over them. And Eva Radicals, they find the gods of RNG on their side as they battle it off against Axis this time round. The zone moves in towards them, which just means that they can buy a little bit of extra time here as they try to set up an ambush, this time for Axis.
And now we can see here Axis at a pretty prime spot, and they really like to do this formation, don't they? They like to split off into 2s, and sometimes it doesn't work out for them, especially if they want to go up against bigger teams. And now Equinox eliminated already. Bloody Heads doing an amazing job at applying that pressure, even though there's only 2 people left here. And now those 2 players that is going to be outside, that's going to be very difficult. Tanamo getting 1.
Kill number
Tanamo
9.
has been in a rampage right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. 9th kill in here so far. They secure the Booyah now. It will really put them in a sweet, sweet spot. But Axis, they have the vertical advantage. They see the airdrop right in front of them. They don't know exactly who is there right ahead, but they don't want to find out. They just want to pick up kill points no matter who it is. But placement points a little bit more important for the side of Axis, who currently hold on to the 10th position on the overall leaderboard. Ego Oblivion still alive and kicking. That 1 player that managed to break away and find, a little bit more of that hope left in this round for himself with that motorcycle. Now just flirting with danger as he zooms around the players of Axis. Cheers will be able to drop Taloy from the side of Bloody Head, and that is going to be unfortunate as McRory is nearby as well. And as all of these players from the side of Axis are going to be pressured, Eva Radicals just need to stay quiet and let all of this chaos die down on its own and chip in from afar. Tanamo is going to be your MVP in this situation.
They're at such a prime position to go and push into the final circle. As you can see here, only 1 person is going to be in their way, and that person wouldn't want to engage Trot WYS. Just 1 more player in their team. And now it's going to be Axis hit again. Still very much strong and in a very prime position as well to go in there for the push. Can definitely go and gatekeep Vete Esports if they go and wanted to. But now 3 people left from Trot WYS. From a while ago, we only saw 1 player in the map, but turns out he does have a little bit of backup left. And now they are backed up in the corner. But with Eva Radicals just around the corner, that's going to be very hard to go and pull off, especially with Vete if they want to go in there for the engagement.
And purifying kill number 10 for the side of Eva Radicals. They're just doing so much whilst not doing anything at all as they allow the other teams to take these important fights. Pepper getting sprayed down. Ego Oblivion's playing placement points straight into Axis! and Gal manages to find Vete's 4-bit. Navi knocked down, Pura gets that kill, and my goodness, Trot WYS just walking straight into the den of Eva Radicals for them to rage on, but Vete Esports still in here with the full squad, dropping on in for that final battle against their opponents. This time it's going to be Axis first, as Trot WYS gets finished off by the players of Eva Radicals. Ego Oblivion still alive and kicking in here. Let's go. Fires on 4-bits down on the ground. Someone needs to save him, and he does most definitely get picked right up. Daymoon with the double vectors in hand. They want to close all this distance down. Pepper with the double glue walls right in front, but Tanamo finds him, and there's probably kill number 12 for the side of Eva Radicals, still eyeing for that booyah.
Phenomenal last circle, as we see here, 3 squads still full, still 4 men, but then the killing spree for the side of Pure at the moment. And now there's still a really big chance that any 3 of these teams can actually go and win it, but finally we get to see McRory finally popping off. Tanamo getting the short end of the stick at the moment. McRory doing a lot of good things at the moment. Axis eliminated, and Vete Esports is gonna have their first booyah of the day, which will definitely bump them up in ranking points.
This is absolutely a solid performance by McRory, who delivers those grenades that we have most definitely been missing in the grand finals. Now, the moment that grenade launcher drops into the hands of McRory, you know Vete Esports are going to be able to get the #1 spot. The only reason why we weren't able to predict that is because he very smartly plays it hidden all the way through until that very, very final circle, until he's close enough to take down whoever who is in the best spot to take the fight up against them. Vete Esports, as usual, with the right decisions being made when those decisions were most definitely needed. And the question is, who gets the #1 spot? Vete Esports, mind you, have done just enough beef to, I believe, find that #1 place through this matchup.
It's possible, but then Eva Radicals with the Rampage all throughout, plus having that second point spot, it's gonna be very close. But I feel like Vete Esports just has a little bit of an upper hand, but I won't be surprised if Eva Radicals just overtakes them by just a little bit too.
Yeah, and Eva Radicals, just so we can separate this, in terms of just this one lobby alone, I'm pretty sure Eva Radicals will be able to beat them and take that #1 spot. But overall, on the leaderboards, it should still be Vete Esports, who were already in the 3rd place earlier on, right? And to imagine the players of Eva Radicals catching up with just one game, of course, it's asking for a lot, but they have now put themselves in a quite prime position to fight for the #1 spot, just like what Vete Esports have done. Vete Esports, as usual, showing us quality when quality was desperately needed. Who's Next was the first one to meet these players, and Ego Oblivious, this was the fight we did not see on screen earlier on. It's quite a surprise that Gobilam Views were not able to take them down.
A careless move by Govilam Wills, and this is the descent that unfortunately we're seeing at the moment from Govilam Wills. And at the moment, they cannot do mistakes like these because they are down to the 5th place with 39 points. And yes, granted, they can probably go and pop off into the next one, but having that mistake already kind of it's very detrimental at this point of the game. We've seen it a while ago, we've seen it into Eva Radicals, and now they have to make up for it and go with it for the clutch. And now it was Equinox versus Eva Radicals. This is probably one of the best plays I've seen for Eva Radicals, and I'm so glad we got to see it firsthand because the rotation, the adjustment that they wanted to do, knowing very well that they're not going to win that gunfight, they went behind and just went in there for the kill against Equinox. And honestly, Equinox, like, they didn't see it coming.
Oh yeah, map awareness, understanding exactly how to pull a flank, overtake a compound, go in there for the setup ambush. That's exactly what Eva Radicals is very well known for. And that was just the perfect opportunity for us to see that in application, right? Axis, as they continued their fight in here, they could not sustain themselves, and it all got down towards Vete Esports taking on Eva Radicals. But most of the work here got done by McRory and his grenade launcher. Final circle, McRory, grenade launcher, forget your hopes, because Eva Radicals will not be allowed to take away what Vete Esports earned. Vete Esports, they maintain that #1 spot. Yes, they equalize on the points, but it will go to the side that bagged the booyah. They managed to hold on to that #1 spot. But it's all about what Eva Radicals has managed to get in here for themselves, climb up that leaderboard, and be in a position to play that #1 spot as well. But they need to hope and pray that Vete Esports drops out very early in the next round. And I think that's just a little bit too much to ask from one of the best squads in the competition. Axis in the third place with 13 points, 10 points for AKO Ligers in the fourth spot. Talk about consistency. Ego Oblivions, my oh my, bottom feeders of old. This time, when it truly matters, they know how to hit hard. Fifth spot, 9 points overall. Trot WYS in that sixth place with 7 points.
And Bloody Head taking a look at that, 5 points, just dropping off a little bit. Not a very impressive start in Kalahari. Who's next having that 3? Equinox with 2, Govalem Wills, and the Vindicators having 1. Speaking of 2 teams that are falling from grace at the moment, VPH Velocity as well having that 0. A very surprising game that we have here, but I'm really excited to see because Eva Radicals having that 23. In Veta Esports at 23 as well. That is big points for Veta Esports if they want to go and overtake AKO Ligers. Because, like what you said, consistency is what they have. They haven't even dropped minus points here. Everyone has been, really good with AKO Ligers always having that double digits. But you know what? Speaking of a member that has been absolutely frying here, it's Veta Esports' McRory, the captain that has been calling the shots ever since day one, having 7 kills and a hit rate of 19%, and the damage of 2,109. I was watching the kill feed a while ago, and into that last circle, you don't want to go up against Veta Esports because this is their specialty, the late game, and they played it to perfection, especially with McRory getting like 4 kills into that final circle.
Yeah, I mean, the guy has got a grenade launcher, and the grenade launcher is just beyond meta, right? The only way to get them is to get to the airdrop, and as you know, the airdrops are most definitely a highly contended spot where you most definitely are going to come across other players and drop out very, very early on, right back to the lobby. And that is the risk that Veta Esports plays because they know they are going to be able to cash in big at that final circle. And McRory, he made his right bet and he kept his trump card hidden very well as he went on in. Because I'm pretty sure Eva Radicals would have backed away far, far away as much as possible at the very least, as you can do in a final circle. If they knew that he had that grenade launcher on him, they would have most definitely brought in a different sort of a gameplay. But with 65 points, beating AKO Ligers, as anticipated, Veta Esports now sit in that number 1 position. AKO Ligers just behind them with 64 points. Eva Radicals with 53 points in the 3rd place. Bloody Head 49 points in the 4th place. The Vindicators in the 5th spot with 40 points, along with Govilum Muse 40 as well in the 6th place. Ego Oblivions with the 7th place and 37 points.
And now VPH Velocity having that 33, absolutely just dropping off the map at the moment. Access with 32, Equinox with 31, Who's Next with 22, and Trot WYS with 15 points. And now this is what we keep saying, that a single point matters, and you can see it on your screen right now, ladies and gents, 65 and 64. It's always going to be up against these 2 teams at the very end of the day, at the very end of our map, and it will go down into the very last circle, best believe that. And now you get to see, I feel like people are gonna play passive.
Passive? No. This is the 1 round in Purgatory where unfortunately the size of the map will force lull moments where it will just give them the opportunity to, go in and pick up all of that loot. But teams like Eva Radicals, AKO Ligers, Veta Esports, they cannot afford to play passive when their opponents are aggressing on. So it has to be a case of wait and see, but at the same time focus on getting into a safer spot, not being too aggressive, but not being too passive. It just has to be the perfect balance, which is just so ridiculous to think of. Because yesterday at the Malaysian Grand Finals, by the time we reached game number 5, we already knew who were the Malaysian Kings already. And in the Philippines, just like the league stages, it's going to go down to that final game, that final round, that final circle for us to find out who's going to be the number 1 brand.
There's already 5 teams that can actually go and make number 1. If we see the rest of the top teams like fall off the map and then someone like Bloody Heads can just absolutely pop off and make heads roll, it's still very possible. And this is like the storyline that we like to see because we absolutely don't know who's gonna win it. Kind of like in the league stages, it took down to the wire who actually won it. And I feel like Veta Esports is just on a revenge path because they did not want to go down, right? Against AKO Ligers. But again, there's a lot of people in line here.
Please share this stream out. We need to hit the 10,000 concurrent views throughout all of the platforms that we are live on. Why? Because we want to unlock the final giveaway of the day. But if you were wondering, if by any wild chance you were wondering Who is enabling us to bring you guys all of this fantastic, exciting moments? It is none other than Infinix Mobile, the official sponsor of the Free Fire Challenger Philippines Season 1. Fire up your game with Infinix's best-selling gaming smartphone, the Infinix Note 11S.
Get your hands on the Infinix Note 11S because it's a super powerful smartphone with the Helio G96 Ultra gaming processor. Fire up your game and get this now for only 9,990 pesos. So, I mean, honestly, where can you get a gaming phone that cheap? That powerful. It has 128 gigabytes of storage and 6 gigabytes of RAM. My PC right now barely even has that kind of, power.
I feel bad for you.
It's okay.
It's okay.
I guess for my birthday, I just need to get a Note 11S from Infinix, I guess.
Love triangle of Beef Mommy. Where are you boys at? I'm assuming there were two guys involved, and instead of you fighting over someone else, right? So Beef Mommy has always been hunted. You guys have always been Sims. It is all fine. It is all cool. But for the sake of Beef Mommy and the Mustachio, please do drop all of those shares. We're trying to hit the 10,000 PCV giveaway. And at the same time, we promised you can expect the unexpected. We promised you that it will go down to the wire. And it has come down to the final game in here. And the 3K code earlier on that you guys have already managed to unlock for yourself, the Extreme Adventure Gun Crate, 4 of these you will be able to claim if you enter this code. You also have unlocked the red baseball cap for yourselves with the 5,000 PCV as well. So thank you so much for that, guys.
Yeah, y'all are amazing. You're able to really just catch up into the goals that we have today. And now there's one goal left here, just in arm's reach, 10K. Come on, it's very possible for you to do so, especially at a heated game like this, where you don't know who's going to win up to the very last second. This is history in the making, because whoever wins here is going to definitely represent our country, the Philippines, and go up against the other regions here as well.
Oh, and you know that one brand, who is it going to be? So far, Vete Esports, Eva Radicals, as well as Bloody Hit, they already have a direct invite into the MCP Major Season 3, but it does not discount the fact that there's a lot of money to be played for in here as well. 1 million peso prize pool. Obviously, all of these teams want their own fair share of that, and it's down to the wire now. All these teams fighting for it at the very top. Who is it gonna be? It could go to one of the 5 teams, and it is just all up in the air. It will all depend on those early engagements, and if one of the big teams go down early, it's gonna be a heartbreaker, at least for them. But for the others, it's gonna be a sigh of relief as they continue moving on to the final circle. This is the final game of the grand finals, and I am pumped, B.
Here we go, Purgatory. I mean, it's literally, the name already gives shivers, right? It's in between heaven and hell, and at the moment, all of these teams want to go to heaven at the moment. They want to represent the country. They want to keep playing, and for, unfortunately, a lot of these teams as well, they're going to have to go down, because at the end of the day, only a few will rise up, literally fly into the heavens. So it's all up to this map, Purgatory. As small as it is, it's definitely going to be delivering a lot of action.
Yeah, as much as they all want to go to heaven, nobody wants to die to get there. That's the unfortunate situation here, right? And all of these teams, as they try to play the game of survival in towards that final circle, hopefully things goes their way. We get to see an all-out star-studded final circle where these teams who are vying for that #1 spot manage to survive on in there, and we get one hell of a showdown in the final game of the day. Purgatory, like Beef Mommy said on earlier, is going to be the map where we play this, and the amount of terrain that these players have to traverse to get to that final zone, who knows exactly how treacherous it's going to be. But one thing we can guarantee you, like the whole day has been, it's going to be filled with drama.
Oh, obviously, because at this point in the matchup, we had 5 matches so far, and not one team has had another booyah yet again. So 5 unique and different teams has had that one booyah, and I feel like match number 6, I think it's going to be a different story. One team will definitely get another one. And now we finally get to see the same type of story for Vete Esports going down in Village. You already know they really like that spot at the moment. And now the big 3 going into around AKO Ligers going here as well. That's going to be very good loot for them. And for the gatekeeping against Vete Esports in the fields, that might be a possibility as well if BPH Velocity is not going to go in there for the engagement.
Let's see what will BPH Velocity do here, because disengaging from that battle is something that they most definitely have to do, as BPH Velocity sits in that 8th position overall in the competition so far. That's quite a stone's throw away from where they actually want to be. Global Views taking the fight up against Draw WYS, and you guys get to redeem the 4 extreme boxes as you guys watch this battle break down. Global Views now caught out in a unfortunate situation. Navi trying to find the Wizkid back and forth. They both zoom and they try to find an angle on each other. And now he seems to have lost that information, and he's walking straight towards another player of Go Willem Views. Will Sneaks be able to find him? Yes, he does. What a setup by Wiz, and that's the big brain play from Go Willem Views as usual.
And there you go, the aggression. We're already seeing it early on in a team against Trout WYS. That is definitely the prey that you want to go and get. And it only really just took 2 plays from Wills to take down 1, and just to scare off the rest of Trout WYS. And now you're going to see brilliance right now from Wills, because they're just going to stay put. And now for Trout WYS, they're on the lookout as to who's going to go in. They're thinking that they're going to be attacked, but no, Wills just at 1 point, and then we're going to be seeing you later on. And now that's the best way that the Trot WYS can go, because you know that Trot WYS has the better positioning, so Wills knows that, so they just don't want to engage. 1 point is enough, and we'll see you in the next round.
At this point, Go Willem Views, I highly doubt they are fighting for that number 1 spot, but they most definitely want to get into the top 3, because let us not forget, the top 3 within this competition will get the direct invite to the MCT Majors Season 3, be it at the league stages or for the qualifiers. Either way, it will still be one that, you know, they're not going to be too happy with, right? Because they were most definitely geared up for that number 1 spot. Go Willem Views was so impressive when we opened up the day.
Exactly, and with Govil and Wills coming in from the 6th spot from the last game, they have a long way to go in order to get a lot of points to break into the top 3 spot. And now Vete Esports going in there pretty passively yet again. You already know their early game is a little bit passive, and they absolutely just pop off at the late game. And it worked out for them the last time because they were able to position themselves well. And now we get to see another engagement again from Trot WYS versus Govil and Wills. This is not going to be good. They thought they were safe. No siree. Govil and Wills is just going to surprise you just like that.
Yeah, Flocky trying to shut down Embalore, but smart play with the time turner. He pulls it out in the nick of time. Survive. No shots will be able to pass through that blue little spear, and the rest of the players from the side of Go Willem Views now, they come in here for the flank. Monkey finds Wiz, unfortunately down on the ground. Wiz still not shut down just yet. No backup from the rest of the players of Go Willem Views. Wiz, Monkey playing with 9 HP left in here. Flocky finally managed to shut down Sneaks as well. Embalore finds Flocky in return. Monkey and Shanks, 2 players going up against 1. Can Embalore sustain himself out here? Shanks dropped onto the ground. Monkey the final player. Embalore still bringing on all of this damage, and now he takes a little bit of time to help up the rest of his teammates. Monkey shuts down 1. Embalore finishes him off, but he will be able to pick up Wiz as well as Sneak. Sentino was sacrificed in this battle, but it was a sacrifice well worth it, as Go Willem Views needs all of the kill points that they can find for themselves. And on that same point, Eva Radicals, they need to not only pick that Booyah up, but they need to get 12 extra kills along with that, because as long as they can secure 12 points more than Vete Esports at the very top from this lobby, they should be able to find the number 1 spot. And they have been a team that has been full of promise, but can they deliver on the very final day? We still haven't had our sight on them within this round just yet, Beef.
And yeah, and our sights were definitely in very early for Wills. Definitely not a clean break that they wanted. Obviously, they still wanted to have a complete squad, but it's still a whole squad wiped out nonetheless. And now Bloodyheads versus Ego Oblivions. Ego Oblivions definitely surprises us today with the Booyah and getting a lot of those kills, the most out of everyone here today. And now Bloodyheads wants to go and make a difference because they definitely want to climb up the ladder coming in from the 4th spot. They really want it, and we get to see it because especially with a guy like mark that can go in there for a really sharp shot. If that guy pops off here, definitely it's really going to be a good start for them. But we can see here Ego Oblivions is going to go away just a little bit. So that was a interesting engagement from Ego Oblivions. It's a good thing that they actually went away.
Again, one of the teams that are playing for the number 1 spot, PDR, taking on Eva Radicals. Eva Radicals needs to find multiple kills before they get into that final zone. And they want to start off with the Vindicators. With Zeo down on the ground, Eva Radicals, they pursue on 4th. Look at this, Vindicators not given two hoots about Zeo. Sorry, Zeo, you gotta stay on the ground whilst the rest of us gets out of here. Ego Oblivions, one player, driving straight into Eva Radicals. Will he be found? Yes, he gets spotted, but Pepper is not gonna get sprayed down. In fact, he moves right away from the players of Eva Radicals, and that distraction allows the Vindicators to play survival a little longer. But will they be able to set up a counter-attack? It doesn't seem to be the intention here, but it can be done.
Yeah, Unknown is just staying put, and this is very uncomfortable because his teammate is just a little bit too far to go in there for the assist. And now all 4 members of Eva Radicals is just right there. And Unknown, this is a very scary spot. Skyborg is going to be going down as well. It's all up to Eklock and Unknown to try and go and take down 4 very powerful members of Eva Radicals, but they don't know that Unknown's actually over there. That can be detrimental to them because the backstab can ensue.
Yeah, but you know, Unknown just buys too much of time for himself, and he has got the double vectors, and you need your opponents to be right in front of your face for it to be the perfect weapon of choice. And now Eva Radicals just a little too far away from him as they continue hunting down Eklog. I understand where Eva Radicals is coming from. Good luck, Jayo. Let's see if you can reach up to the top with that aggression, because you most definitely need it. But look at what is happening here. Eklog is leading Eva Radicals straight to Vete Esports. GG, my friend.
That is the most that you can do, knowing very well a full squad is going to be, you know, chasing you from behind. Lead them to another very powerful squad. And now Vete Esports, they've been staying there this whole time, playing very quietly. Now VPH Velocity as well. You can see here AKO Ligers is right beside them, spots them up the hill. And now Arky making a lot of noise. That's going to be very hard if you get to see AKO Ligers try to retaliate as well.
VPH Velocity with a lot of shots fired off from a distance. Arky has got the AWM. The range contact with this weapon is just absolutely insane. He will be able to hurt the players of AKO. And, you know, so we understand the non-trigger discipline of that moment. But as AKO finds themselves in a situation where they will not be able to get the angle right in this fight against VPH, they back away. VPH gets nothing. 1 kill in the hands of Arky so far. They will just have to make do with that. Equinox, on the other hand, they find Ambalori down in the vehicle, trying to spray his car out. Yeah, boy! Lights it up on fire. Ambalori has to abandon it now. The rest of the players from the side of Views, they come in here for a little bit of backup. Wiz as well. Ambalori gets picked up, sneaks from the background. Oh, this is a trick. Look at them now, once again, using the terrain to play the advantage of hiding that information from the opponents. And now, let's see how Goblin Views turns this situation around.
And they're turning around by going away. That's going to be the best way for you to, you know, try to go up against the Equinox that has applied a lot of pressure from up top, because they do have the advantage of the hill and also, you know, walls are surrounding them. And now they need to go and push, but right beside them is going to be Axis as well. But then they are leaving 2 players behind to go and still try if Wills will still push. Yeah. So that's going to be a strategy that we've seen Equinox really do as well. It's kind of the same thing that Axis does, where they leave 2 people trying to push and 2 people trying to go in there for the defense at the backside. And now Govila Wills tries to go in there for a different opponent, but this opponent's definitely going to be a little bit more massive as Vete Esports is quietly just around the corner.
Yeah, Govila Views finding AKO as well, taking on 2 Titans at the same time. Govila Views most definitely have got a lot of guts. The one thing they don't have is the numbers on their side. Sentino was already sacrificed early on and now sneaks from behind the vehicle, finding it as cover. Not the best of cover. Ego, Twinkle, dropped by Fura. Eva Radicals continuously picking up the kills on the smaller squads, whilst these 3 Titans play with each other just beside Fields.
This is the best situation for Eva Radicals because if these for sure 2 teams will go down and these are the teams that they needed to beat and this is such an early game already. Eva Radicals taking advantage of this, but then you see Barba's actually be going down. Who's next? Applying that pressure as well. Vindicators also grinding into the mix.
Barba now picked right back up. The nades flying towards the players of Vindicators and Eklog inside of this watchtower. They will not be able to do much. And now the shutdown from the players of Eva Radicals just a few moments away. Aguila backs away from the situation. I am surprised. I am shocked. They are not over-aggressing. They're not continuously pushing for those kills. Also because they understand they have no compound to work with. So if they are third-partied in the situation, it's going to be a GGWP for Eva Radicals. And they're not going to be able to touch that big slice of the pie when it comes to the grand finals prize pot. It's going to be the players of Vindicators escaping with their lives for that very moment at the lead. Axis and Equinox, they continue this battle.
Battle still has yet to be won by both of these squads as they are still a full team at the moment. You can see here Time Turners going down all around the corner outside of the house as Axis really wants to go in there. And Equinox has a pretty good positioning as well because they do have eyes on top of the hill. And if you are going to be Axis, you need to be careful because you are going to have a lot more cover. You need to cover a lot of your bases at the moment because there's just one person that can actually go and make a difference here. This is the biggest play that this guy needs to go and make.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't nade himself, he's going to be absolutely A-okay. Bad Child will be able to find Defusal in a couple of seconds just so that he can shut him down and then focus in on Zhao in a couple of seconds. Just behind these blue walls stand Sorry as well. Such close proximity with each other these players stay, and Lori finally will be able to spray Sorry down, and Axis just plays it slightly better than the players of Equinox because Equinox is spread all around whilst Axis maintains this small group as they stick with each other and take down one after the other. Lori sprays Defusal down onto the ground. Equinox, they continue to lose this battle, but together Lori jumps out and makes a terrible mistake. Yeah, boy, gets him down from the back, drops Bad Challenge just like that. Things are turning around, but Equinox at the very final moment, they get knocked out. Axis, what a turnaround by Nathan.
Zhao just couldn't receive, he couldn't give any kind of assist to his team, and unfortunately, that height advantage that they had was dropped by just one person, and now the full squad of Axis still alive, even though they were able to knock down 2 players. And now, there's still no response coming in from Beta Esports, Wills, and also AKO Ligers. But now taking a look at Bloody Heads at the moment, Eagle Oblivions in a really big spot where they can go and possibly run away, but no, my side is going to be the only person left here around this area. And now, going back into Wills versus Beta versus AKO. Who wants it more? They know they're the big dogs, and this is too quiet for my liking.
And Muse trying to take a couple of pot shots against Axis as well. Calm down, go with the Muse. Just be patient a little bit, because the more they aggress, the bigger the opportunity in terms of a window the other teams get to snipe them down. Mark taken down by Aguila. The distance shots from the side of Bloody Heads immediately crippled by Eva Radicals. And now they continue to strike. Will they be able to find that final circle, or will they be stopped by one of these other squads? And this standoff still ensuing. Govilam Views, AKO, Vete Esports. A new contender joins the mix as well in the name of Who's Next. And Who's Next pays dividends, knocking down Janelle. Vindicator shut down by Eva Radicals. Too many kills picked up now as they aim for that #1 spot.
And now Barbara having that triple kill at the outside of the circle. VPH Velocity being gate kept right now by Who's Next. Out of prime spot to go and eliminate VPH Velocity, who are slowly but surely just losing a lot of their utilities already, just trying to push in. Now this is going to be very detrimental at the very last circle because they're just out. Arky goes down. Janelle takes some shots. Ritos as well going down. And now we can see Who's Next finally popping off. And there you go. VPH Velocity goes out so early into the round.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Who's Next, now all the other teams gonna pitch in as well. Vete Esports and AKO firing at them. Eva Radicals taking notes and moving away from that situation. But they will still need to make their way in towards the next zone, and they do move towards that. Axis pays their dividends this time around before the exit of this final round. They shut down the players of Bloody Head, and even if they do not manage to find great positions throughout the final leaderboard, at the very least, they brought in a huge impact in the final matchup. With 7 kills, Axis is stepping it up.
Eva Radicals right behind Beta Esports, and now the sandwich finally is going to be served at the moment. But
Uh-oh,
then
GG.
Like it's going to be a little bit too busy right now for Wills. But here we go. Beta gets rid of Dynamo and Barba as well. They go down, and it is the God nade yet again from McRory is going to be that response. That
Oh, what a nade, McRory! Anticipation throws it right in front of him, and Eva Radicals shut down because McRory is a tyrant with the grenades. The anticipation, the absolute brains of this guy in terms of Free Fire knowledge is just spectacular, B.
His knowledge of the grenades, really, he's the godfather. He's the master of it. And he can't be touched. Did he just like corner himself inside the room? That is actually a pretty good job, because if you are going to be surrounded by so many amazing players at the moment, the best you can do is just to be quiet and hope for the best. But now AKO Ligers being inside the compound is probably the best way that they can go and win this. But then, unfortunately for them, the circle is not going to be in their favor, as they are going to be pushing in. And now Beta Esports at the best position to go and win everything.
Oh, glue wall pulled out right at the window by the side of Kovilum used to make sure Kanoho can no longer pressure them with those grenades. But he finds a different window, tries to spray down Embalore, and he will be found. Outside Kanoho goes, but Kanoho is found by Embalore, and unfortunately Kovilum Views is found by Who's Next, and the great grenade from the one and only Yado, who has got the grenade launcher in his hands, and Who's Next are in a great position to pick up a booyah for themselves. And if they do, it will be absolutely insane, because no teams would have been able to secure a double booyah. But as I say that, Cheers fires back. AKO Liger shut down! Shut down by Who's Next!
And now these two teams that have been struggling this whole time needs to go and take out the tire that has been getting the crown. And now Beta Esports going into position. But then right around them is going to be Access and Who's Next. But then Let's Go. He needs to find a way to just shut down 4 more players that surrounds him.
We don't know how many kills AKO Ligers bagged out with, but they were quite close earlier on. They just died. Literally, Vete Esports, if they get killed off right now with no longer any more of those kills being picked up, we are not going to know who finished off as the grand champions of the Free Fire Challenges Philippines Season 1. Nade by Lori. Axis not managing to get that right, but Axis will still continue looking for those players. Vete Esports allowing Who's Next and Axis to finish each other off. They don't want to have anything to do with this fight. Nathan with those grenades uses his final one. I think that's a terrible use of his final, but unfortunately for Let's Go, he gets caught by Nathan, who redeems himself. And now Moon dropping in to save his team member. Nathan, he walks from the back. Sprays down Daymoon. Time Turner pulled out. Daymoon runs away to the other Time Turner. Ring around the Rosie. And the Time Turner just proves to be an absolute wonder play for the players of Axis. Nathan on the ground. Laurie, final player, who finishes off Big Day Esports. Axis with the booyah.
Axis ends the day, and now Beta Esports goes down. Axis, you clutched! You clutched at the best time possible. Beta Esports goes down. I don't know who's gonna take the #1 spot. It just depends on how many kills they've got. And Gal, Bad Child, Nathan, and Mr. On Laurie, they clutched it up, and we end the day with having the most unique set of wins that we've had here. Not one team got 2 booyahs today.
Oh, Free Fire. Oh, Garena. I absolutely love this competition, man. It's just, we promised you. You expect the unexpected, a lot of drama, yada, 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 everything delivered. But the one thing that I'm still curious of whether or not is going to come to us is the final skin, man. 10,000 PCV, 10,000 concurrent viewers is what we were aiming for. We still have not ended the stream just yet. We haven't hit our goals. You guys still have that opportunity, man. Hit that share as many times as you guys can. I know I won this skin, and I know you guys want that skin as well.
Oh, God. You know what I want to know? I want to know who's going to win, because at this point... Okay, place your bets. Place your bets, everyone. Put it in the comment section. Who do you think is going to win it? I mean, yes,
So
share
tough.
the stream. Share it, because we don't know what's going to happen. Because at the moment... You think Beta Esports is gonna win because yeah, their placement pretty high, 2nd place, but Axis just stops it. And now you're thinking, okay, how many kills did AKO Ligers get in the 1st place? I don't even know.
Well, you asked the right question just before the highlights hit, because we will be able to find our answers through this. Flocky, opened up quite well against the players of Covalent Views, and the one thing that Prod WYS did not expect was to be able to take the fight up, and as they thought they were going to be able to finish them off, Embalori, the MVP for Covalent Views, saves them by the breadth of the half. Axis, they continued the fight up against Equinox later on, and Zhao was just way too passive with the decision making, and he could not back up the rest of the team members in time here.
But I'm glad that Zhao wasn't able to take the shots, because if Axis lost this one, I feel like it meant probably Beite Esports could have already bagged the win, making it a little bit more predictable who was going to get that #1 spot. But that was really well played for Axis. That was like probably one of the best plays that have had it, and obviously they brought it down here, and finally we get to see it. There you go. Finally, the points are going to be going down. Hopefully, we get to see how many kills AKO Ligers got. And unfortunately, we don't really get to see it at the moment, but hopefully we get to see a little bit of a change in this position. But here we go. I still don't know what's going to happen.
Even Bloody Head got shut down by Axis, but that was the nade by McRory. They anticipate. Obviously, he knew exactly where he was running towards and just tosses the nade in his direction, just beyond him, and he walks directly into that nade. Just perfect anticipation by the one and only McRory, the best grenadier of the whole Free Fire Philippines challenge, right? And AKO towards the end, 2 kills in their bag. They could not bag anymore as they took that fight up against Who's Next, and they got shut down too early. Beite Esports so far in here with the 5 kills, and I guess we have our answer, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. The round standings coming through for us as well as we get the answer that we're searching for. But it was more towards Axis. How much did Axis manage to earn for themselves in terms of a bonus here?
Oh, wow. 24 points already. And this is the one of the biggest points that we've had here so far. Who's next? Who's next? Go what? AJ, this changes things.
Eva Radical.
Who's next getting 19 points? Eva Radical's getting 10 as well. Gobilam Views getting 10, and AKO Ligers with that 9. This changes a lot of things at the moment with the standings, AJ.
You know, after everything that's said and done, Beite Esports, when it came down to delivering, they couldn't deliver consistently in terms of the booyahs or whatsoever. But just like how AKO sneaked up to the top, Beite Esports, they did the exact same thing. And as a matter of fact, before Beite Esports grabbed the #1 rank and stayed there for quite a while, it was a similar situation as well, where they maintained consistency. They were constantly being placed between the 2nd and the 5th position, not really bagging those booyahs initially. And then later on, when you least expected it, Beite Esports, they snatched everything away. And I believe they might have been able to snatch away the title of the Kings of Free Fire Challenges Philippines Season 1 as well.
Definitely. And now the question is, who is going to join them? 2nd and 3rd spot, right? You already know Eva Radicals into the 3rd and AKO Ligers into the 2nd. Who's going to be switching it up? I feel like it's going to be very, very close, because AKO Ligers with 9, I know it's still pretty close. I'm pretty sure, like with the Eva Radicals with 10 points, it just secures them that 3rd spot, right? And right below them is going to be Bloody Head, just very close. But unfortunately for them with Bloody Head, they couldn't really perform as well. This was supposed to be the time they got a lot of kills, but unfortunately they just went down with just 3 placement points.
Absolutely insane, as Beite Esports, they managed to secure so much here for themselves. And from the bottom, Equinox, Vindicators, WYS, VPH, Velocity, they tried, but it just wasn't enough this time around, right? And the Vindicators, they could not bring in the consistency that they so brilliantly have been showing us all throughout the day. And hopefully that does not bring too much of regret to their side. The MVP for this round, of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, goes to none other than the one and only Laurie from the side of Axis. 6 kills he bags for himself with a total of 1,154 damage. Axis putting themselves on the map the final day, final game, final circle.
I guess I was wrong. I said a while ago that there's going to be another team that will get 2 booyahs, but no. it's just every single one of these teams
Oh, yeah.
really wants to get their own booyah. And now, Lori, especially with that last final circle going up against Vete Esports, where they pinched them, where you thought that McRory could actually go and nade, and I don't know. I feel like all of his gun power was just brought up against a team like, Evil Radicals and AKO Ligers. So Axis really just took that opportunity to get their booyah, and now they deserve it so much. And now I'm really looking forward to, what's gonna be after this slide, because that's when the numbers like slowly roll up. And I feel like this went by so fast, AJ. Okay, I feel like this day we've been waiting for it for so long. Few weeks that we've been, casting, with you and Gentleman and you and I. It just comes down into the growth that we've seen all of these teams have had in the past few weeks that we've been casting this.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And with Vete Esports picking up the title here for themselves, if they do, we have got zero confirmation on this right now. Obviously, if you are good at maths, you would have been able to figure it out. But if they do, it just makes them the back-to-back kings. As SAF Deathwish, they managed to bag that #1 spot at the Free Fire Philippines Open, and now at the Challenges Philippines Season 1. Let us see if they can. But before that, the map recap first. 6 individual teams, 6 unique teams picking up the booyah on the grand finals day. I do not think I have ever seen this before.
Me neither. And it's beautiful because what a picturesque end, right? You don't know who's gonna win. Like all of these teams that have won and have been stepping it up, and it's really good to see that Beta Esports, formerly known as SAF, has finally gotten some, competition.
Oh, yeah.
right around the corner, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's why. And before, SAF, they have been dominant. Usually in the first and second there would be a huge gap, but then it was closed into the group stages against AKO Ligers, and now it's the same story as well.
Yeah.
But then with Vete Esports finally having the vindication that they really needed to have. But speaking of the Vindicators, this was surprising to me because they have been in the bottom of the pack for such a long time, and for them to just absolutely crush Bermuda is something really great to see.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And when they needed it the most, they found all of those solid plays within themselves. I mean, good on them. Hopefully this inspires them to just work a little bit harder within the whole Free Fire stage itself. And the next time we do spot the Vindicators, they're not just ones who can hit hard on that final day, but ones that hit hard and consistently all throughout the league stages to make a greater name for themselves in comparison to what they've done in here today. And as a matter of fact, they've done pretty well in here today. So if they can continue this trajectory, no doubt at all, they soon will be, if they are not already, a huge brand that the other teams will most definitely be intimidated by.
Absolutely. And we already saw it in the Malaysian side, right?
Yeah.
Argon MY. It didn't really come up super short. But anyway, speaking of, you know what? We're going into the Philippines at the moment. And finally, we are crowning the champion for today. The past few weeks have gone to this particular moment. Who is it going to be? Right there. Of course, it's going to be Vete Esports, absolutely blazing throughout the competition. And yes, even though there were some spots that weren't too bright, they shone the brightest at the very end of the day. Damo, Lesco, Toxic, Scorpions, and obviously Captain McRory and his reigning name.
Your reigning, defending champions, the kings of Free Fire Philippines. And it's not just for this season, it's not just for this competition. They pick up that Filipino flag and they wave it up high, loud, and proud. How much will they be able to secure at the MCP Major Season 3? I don't know. I don't care, because for now, they most definitely have proven that they are untouchable no matter how crazy the competition gets, no matter how unpredictable the situation is. Vete Esports, from day #1, we have been screaming their name very, very loud, very, very proud. Every time I say Vete Esports, you hear the enunciation, because those players just force you to say it with pride. 79 points with that #1 spot, equalizing AKO Ligers with the placement points, but just doing better when it came to the aggression, picking up the most number of kills throughout the whole of the grand finals. They managed to secure that #1 spot and continue to make all of their fans absolutely proud. AKO Ligers securing the second place for themselves with 73 points, and Eva Radicals with the third spot with the 63 points. And they most definitely booked their ticket to the MCP Majors. Vaytay Esports and Eva Radicals already had that invitation. Bloody Head will be joining them as well, and it's good to know that AKO Ligers will be a part of this mix.
Absolutely, and take a look at that fourth spot. Axis really just zoomed up a lot, like from 9th place from our last overall standings to the 4th, overtaking Bloody Head and Govil and Wills. I never would have thought that they would even like go up against Bloody Head and Govil and Wills and be as good as them. And it's very surprising to see VPH Velocity as well going down a notch. But speaking of all of the teams that went down just a little bit, it's going to be Bloody Head with 54, Govil and Wills with 50, Ego Oblivions having the 42, and the Vindicators going up just a little bit with 41 kills in the same points as Who's Next.
Absolute insane stuff coming through, right? VPH Velocity, Equinox, Trot, WYS obviously wrapping up things at the bottom, but there's nothing for them to shy away from. They have gotten this opportunity which they have earned for themselves through 8 grueling days of the league stages, but it's just tough to cut it against such competitive teams at the top, right? I mean, even the Titans were facing issues when it came to consistency. What more these players who have been struggling through the league stages to find a little bit of who they are, to find their voices a little bit better before they sing that perfect orchestra. And Axis, my goodness me, they hit those high notes in this round. And I'm shocked to see that they equalize Eva Radicals with placement points. And if they can buff up the mechanical gameplay, even Titans like Eva Radicals will be absolutely no issues whatsoever to take on.
And that's why this day was so interesting, because we already knew going into this that we don't know who's going to win it, because we kind of saw a glimpse of it into the last 2 days that we had in the group stages, where everything was just fluctuating back and forth, and that is the storyline that we really deserve. But obviously Vaytay Esports is just pulling out at the very end where it really mattered with 79. There's only like a few points in between them. It's literally just like, what, 6 points? And that is honestly, if you're Ligers, you'd be so annoyed at the moment, because you could have been 400,000 pesos richer. But you know what? It doesn't matter, because this is going to be a battle.
Oh, yeah.
And yes, they lost one battle because they want to get something way bigger in the horizon.
Yeah, and you know, the next stage, the next stop, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, is going to be the MCP Majors Season 3. Who of these teams that represents the Filipino pride will be able to continue making the nation proud? It's not going to be easy as they face off the Titans of Malaysia. We do have Cambodia in the mix as well. And always the Philippines, they've been able to stand toe-to-toe with these big dogs. But the gameplay of the Malaysian side, as we witnessed yesterday, has most definitely evolved. You have got teams like Argon MY who are able to deliver shocking consistency, and teams of the past, I mean Titans of the past, the winners of the previous MCP Major Season 1 and 2, you've got Blacklist International as well as Geek Fam. Even they were not able to cut it, and those guys will be at the MCP Major Season 3 as well. So it's just going to be an absolutely insane competition to witness, people.
And I'm excited to see all of these different regions come together and really see who's going to be on top. And at the very end of it, it's going to be absolutely crazy, because I feel like this is going to be kind of the same story as what we saw here today, where it's going to be absolutely unique. But who else are we going to have to crown today? It's definitely going to be our MVP of the last matchup, of the whole squad, of the whole day. Govil and Wills, Valor, having that back-to-back 1 and 2 with 18 kills already to his name. Absolutely just, carrying his team to the limit.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. BM94, Thompson, M79, the most used weapons by this king, Mbalore. Govil and Views, most definitely, once again, one of the teams that I look up to. I'm a huge fanboy of this squad. Hopefully we get to see more of them as they continue their journey in the world of Free Fire. They have shown us perfection. The Wizkid has shown us many of those plays that I have been dying to watch again and again because of those big brain plays, especially when it comes to the camouflage, right? But unfortunately, we will not be able to spot Go Willem views, or will we? There still is the qualifiers through to the MCP majors. Good luck to all of these players. Hopefully we get to spot a few of them out there as well. But for today, what a play by this MVP.
Absolutely, and we keep saying it time and time again. Embalor really is one of the best players actually overall. And speaking of the players that have been really good to their team, this is the dream team that we love, and this is from different teams that we really like to see get together. If you put these guys together, best believe they will be unstoppable. Shares from AKO Ligers having that accuracy of 32.2%. And Balor obviously having 2 MVPs for today. Highest assist from Let's Go and also Makarori as well with 14 kills. 2 from Bete Esports, 1 from Mills and 1 from AKO Ligers. And definitely if you see them on the battlefield, better run, better hide, stack glue walls up together because you don't want to see them.
Yeah, you know Cheers is going to spray you down with his double vectors the moment he can get that distance cut down against you. Let's go. And I mean, Embalore as well as McRory, right? They kind of balance each other out when they are taking each other on the side of Vete Esports and Go Willem Views. But when you put them on the same squad, I tell you, the whole of the battlefield will be fully looted up. You will find no grenades. All the grenades will be with these guys. Grenade launches in hand as well. And it's just absolute annihilation out there. Thank the Lord, this is a dream team and not an actual squad that the other teams have to face.
Not a reality team. Yes, you're absolutely right. Because at the end of this, at the end of everything here, these guys, if they decide to make their own squad into the next year, everyone be scared because you definitely have some fierce competition. And now, how about you, AJ? What do you think? Like, I really want to talk about it. Who do you think is your dream team? I mean, just coming up from the top of your head.
For me, it's most definitely Tanamo. I love to have Kanoho in my team. Yeah. Ambalore, no brainer there, right? But the last player, I will have to say the one and only Wizkid. I've got a soft spot for her because of what she stands for. She's inspiring all of the female gamers out there. And I feel like it's not something that we still should be fighting for right now because it should be more normalized. But it is a good message to be sending out. I will want her in my squad. That's my dream team.
Oh, you're absolutely right. And, just having that presence is really important in esports. Yeah. And that's why, having this game, even in particular, to just welcome everyone with open arms is just as important. And now we're ending the day. What we just started, I just woke up at 2 a.m. and now it's done. It's 7:14 in the morning for me. And we're done. We've been casting this for so long. And we're finally moving into season 3 as well. You've basically done with like Malaysia as well. And now we're going into season 3. So again, everything that you've seen here today is not possible without Infinix. This mobile device is the official sponsor of the Free Fire Philippines Open. Fire up your game with Infinix's best-selling gaming smartphone, the Infinix Note 11S.
Yep, the Infinix Note 11S is a powerful smart gaming phone, and to say the least, with the Helio G96 backing it up, the ultra gaming processor that you need within your device, you get to fire up your game and get this now for only 9,990 pesos.
So cheap.
No?
So cheap la. So cheap la.
Way
Come
too
on,
cheap.
just get it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Way too cheap.
If you're not getting it for yourself, get it for me. Thank you very much. I have one on the way from Beef Mommy already. So if I get another one, I'll give you guys. I'll do a giveaway and make sure you guys get it. Okay. But overall, Beef, I kind of feel exactly what you're feeling. The day has ended way too early. I want to see perhaps another couple of show matches here. I don't mind staying on and shoutcasting a little bit more, but I don't think production would really like that because we've got the day planned out perfectly already. 6 crazy rounds we promised you. 6 crazy rounds we delivered. 10,000 PCV. You secretly promised me, yes, we had that heart-to-heart talk, even though some of you did not talk to me through your hearts. But you promised me the 10,000 PCV, yo. I wanted that skin for my grenade. What is happening, guys? We still have some time. Share it out now. Maybe we can hit it. I don't know.
I mean, it was a picturesque ending. I mean, it was already perfect, so it can't be even more perfect reaching that 10,000. But I know next time we can definitely go and reach that without a doubt. 6 different unique wins with 2 codes already sent out today. Not only that, you have an amazing smartphone right in your pocket that you can play this amazing game with. Again, I have an amazing time. Every time I cast this game, I get surprised
Oh, yeah.
every single time. It honestly like makes me so excited every time. Even though I'm casting this so early into the morning, I get excited casting it. I get pumped up, and now I can't sleep anymore because of how much adrenaline I have in my system.
That's a GG. Perhaps you want to settle that love triangle that you've got going on in the background, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. On that note, my name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Beef Mommy, signing off from the grand finals of the Free Fire Challengers Philippines Season 1. Make sure you mark your calendars for the MCP Majors Season 3, which is going to be coming up really, really soon. We're signing off. Y'all take care. Good night and goodbye.
It's time to shine. Gotta give 'em what you got. Gotta show them all you
Hello guys! Ako nga pala si Gladimer Polioso, kilala bilang Wiz Gaming and Wheels Wiz. I am from Team Gawila Muse and my role is Rusher. I'm also an official Free Fire partner. Marunong po akong sumayaw. Sumasali po ako sa mga cheer dance, fiesta, naging flyer din po ako and majorette. Bukod po sa masayang